Hey guys, tonight we're cracking open something chilly, literally. No modern fridges, no air conditioning, and definitely no freezers humming in the background. Yet somehow, people in the 1800s managed to keep ice cream solid in the middle of summer, transport frozen blocks across the ocean, and serve chilled wine at sweltering dinner parties. You won't believe this, but there was a time when ice was more expensive than tea in some parts of the world. Alright, before you get too cozy, go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe, but only if your heart says yes. And if you're listening from somewhere warm tonight, tell us your location and local time in the comments. Dim the lights, get that fan going for some background vibes, and let's chill into tonight's little adventure. You step out onto a frozen lake in New England just as the sky starts shifting from steel grey to that thin, pinkish glow of dawn. It's the early 1840s, and winter has turned the landscape into a sheet of ice thick enough to hold a wagon. The cold bites through your boots. Your breath steams in the air, and all around you, the muffled crunch of boots on snow and the rhythmic rasp of saws slicing through frozen water fill the morning. The men here don't talk much. They work in pairs. One scores lines into the ice with a special chisel. The other follows, sawing straight through with a long-toothed blade that looks more at home in a lumber mill. Each block is roughly 22 inches by 32 inches and weighs over 200 pounds, and yet they make it look easy, sliding the blocks into narrow channels cut into the surface, where the ice floats gently downstream, guided by poles and ropes toward a loading dock. No machines, no motors, just muscle, coordination, and cold. The smell of sawdust is oddly sharp on the breeze. It's not from trees, but from piles of dried pine shavings nearby. The moment a block of ice is pulled from the water, it's dusted and packed with the stuff. Sawdust, it turns out, is the secret weapon of the ice trade. It insulates. It prevents melting. It keeps the blocks from fusing together in transit. And it gets everywhere, into boots, into noses, and sometimes into the tea of the men sipping breakfast by the fire. You wipe your brow with a wool sleeve. Even in the dead of winter, this work makes you sweat. There's something almost hypnotic about the process. Score, saw, lever, slide, dust, stack. All day long. One of the men leans over to you and mutters something about a shipment last year that was delayed 2 days on the road to Boston. The entire load? Gone. Melted. Just a puddle in a wooden box. He chuckles, but it's a bitter sound. Every block here is money, literal frozen capital. As the sun rises higher, the frozen plain glows faintly blue. You glance toward the horizon where a line of horse-drawn wagons waits in the distance, ready to carry today's harvest. It's a logistical ballet. Everything timed to the hour. Everything gambled against the slow, inevitable enemy. Warmth. You overhear two men joking about how they once buried a few extra blocks behind a barn to use in July. They claim they uncovered them 4 months later and found them still mostly solid, cold enough to chill a bottle of cider. Was it true? Maybe. Or maybe it was one of those stories icemen tell to keep their spirits up in 10-degree weather. One thing is certain, though. This isn't just about ice. It's about control. Over heat, over time, over distance. And in this era, that control is worth its weight in gold. Or maybe more. You follow the procession as a wagon creaks forward, pulled by two thick-coated horses whose breath puffs like smoke in the frigid morning. The blocks of ice, wrapped in canvas and dusted with pine shavings, are stacked with precision, like bricks made of crystal. A young boy, maybe 12, walks alongside, shooing away curious crows with a broomstick. One wrong move, one unbalanced load, and the whole stack might tumble into a heap of glittering ruin. The road out of the harvesting site is narrow and treacherous, winding through snow-draped woods and over icy ruts. You grip the side of the wagon and try not to slip as the wheel thuds into a hidden hole. The driver just grunts. He's done this route 100 times, and every time it's a race against the sun. By noon, the sky has turned that painful shade of white that only winter can paint. Bright enough to squint, but still bone-deep cold, As the wagon reaches the edge of a larger road, you catch sight of a cluster of wooden buildings in the distance, the ice house. It looks like a barn from the outside, modest, unremarkable. But step inside and you're struck by the sudden silence, like you've walked into a cave. The walls are lined with thick wooden slats, and the air smells of earth, sawdust, and cold decay. A few dim shafts of light pierce the darkness, catching particles of dust floating lazily in the still air. This is where the real magic happens. Each block is slid carefully into place beside the last. Men move slowly, methodically, as if stacking a giant puzzle made of glass. Between the layers, more sawdust is packed in thick, sometimes a foot deep. It acts like insulation, but also like padding. If two blocks touch directly, they'll fuse, and once they fuse, they're done. Useless. One man mutters about a shipment ruined last year because someone forgot the dusting layer. 1,000 pounds of ice fused into one unmovable cube. They had to break it apart with picks and torches. Outside, fresh wagons arrive and the unloading begins again. You watch a small group peel away and head toward the shed behind the main structure. They're taking broken chunks, too small for storage, too jagged for shipment, and setting them aside for use by local shops. Some of it will chill milk, some will preserve meat in a butcher's basement, and some will end up in tin-lined boxes in wealthy kitchens, sitting silently beside jars of jelly and rounds of cheese. The work goes on into the afternoon, even as your fingers stiffen and your nose runs. No one complains. They know that this window of time, this narrow, brutal stretch of winter, is their whole year's profit. 1 week too warm, one delay in the river thaw, one bad batch of sawdust, and everything melts, figuratively and literally. As the sun dips behind the trees, you glance once more at the wall of stacked ice blocks now rising along the far wall. There's something ancient about it, like a treasure hoarded by nature, only now carefully captured by men. You can't help but think, one block of this very ice might be floating in a glass of lemonade in Havana 6 months from now, and the person sipping it will never know it came from this very lake, lifted by hand, wrapped in sawdust and shipped across the world, inch by inch, before it melted into memory. The ice might be silent, but the business behind it roars louder than a factory bell. You don't realise it until you're sitting in the back of a smoky Boston office, sipping tea that tastes faintly of tin, and listening to two men argue over shipping rates. The man on the left, wiry and red-cheeked, jabs at a ledger with a stubby pencil. "You want to pay $6 per ton to Charleston," he snaps, "but my cutters are working 16-hour days in sub-zero, and sawdust ain't free." The man opposite, dressed in a neatly tailored coat and gloves he refuses to remove, simply smirks. He's not here for the weather, he's here for the margins. You're in the heart of the ice trade's business war now, far from the lakes and wagons. It's the 1850s, and this is one of Boston's strangest empires. While cotton, tobacco and coal dominate southern ports, it's frozen water that's turning northern merchants into millionaires, and none more so than Frederick Tudor, the Ice King. You hear his name spoken with a mix of awe and irritation. He didn't invent the trade, but he made it global. In the early 1800s, Tudor sent ice from New England all the way to the Caribbean and India. Everyone laughed, until the ships arrived with enough ice still intact to chill the governor's punch bowl in Calcutta. After that, laughter turned to envy. You pass by a wall map, pins driven into exotic ports: Havana, Rio, Manila, Madras. Each route is a gamble, a game of temperature, timing and trust. The ice must be harvested in the deepest cold, packed properly, shipped quickly, and most of all unloaded before it liquefies into worthless puddles in a wooden hull. Back at the desk, the two men have stopped arguing. They've agreed on a figure. The red-cheeked one signs with a flourish and shoves the contract into a drawer. You notice he does it with a gloved hand. Frostbite's a common souvenir in this industry. Later, you find yourself in a pub near the harbour. Two dockhands are playing cards with fingers still stained from ash and pine. They speak in low tones about which company is paying better this season. You overhear the name Wenham Lake whispered, like it's a brand of fine wine. And indeed, Wenham ice was once so prized in London that it was advertised by name in upscale grocers, cleaner, clearer, and slower to melt. As the fire crackles, one of the dock hands leans toward you and mentions a strange incident. 2 rival companies accused each other of swapping dusted ice for waterlogged blocks. Apparently one crew sent a shipment packed with damp straw instead of proper sawdust. The result? Melted disaster. But no one proved anything, and the ice wars moved on to the next skirmish. And so it goes. The ice trade isn't just chisels and carts, it's handshakes, gossip, dirty tricks, and bookkeeping. It's a game where 1 degree literally can mean the difference between fortune and loss. You step outside, breath frosting in the air, and realise, in this cold empire, it's not the ice that's cutthroat, it's the men behind it. You trail one of the clerks from the office to the warehouse near the harbour, just in time to catch a shipment coming in from up north. The building is long and low, with thick wooden walls and almost no windows. Inside, the air smells faintly sour, a strange blend of salt, wood rot, and damp pine. A team of workers moves quickly, forming a line from cart to platform, passing ice blocks hand to hand. Each block is wrapped in burlap, the sawdust falling from the seams like golden snow. The foreman barks at a boy to stop dragging a block. It scuffs too much off the corners. Apparently the shape matters. Perfect rectangles stack tighter, melt slower, and sell better. Imperfect ones, marked down, or worse, rejected entirely. You notice a strange tension in the room. Not panic, but urgency. These men know something you don't. The market is shifting. Just last month, a new trader arrived from Baltimore with a faster route. Word is he's undercutting prices by storing ice farther south in makeshift cellars. Not quite as cold, but just cold enough for quick delivery. Competition is everywhere now, and not just between cities or companies, but even within neighbourhoods. You hear one man mutter about a tavern down the road offering chilled lager in spring. That used to be a luxury only in midsummer. Now it's a gimmick. The public's taste for cold has grown faster than supply. You walk past a chalkboard tallying sales. It's not in dollars, but in blocks. One order, 350 blocks to a fishmonger. Another, 120 blocks to a hotel. Each sale a silent agreement. This much ice, this long stored, this carefully handled. No guarantees. If it arrives half melted, the client blames the seller. If it arrives late, they blame the cutter. And if it arrives perfect, nobody says a word. A barrel tips over nearby and a pile of wet sawdust spills across the floor. One worker curses under his breath, not for the mess, but for the waste. Good sawdust is getting expensive. Not all sawdust is equal after all. Pine is preferred, especially old growth, dry and powdery. Elm smells too strong. Oak moulds. And heaven forbid someone uses damp wood chips. It turns to paste and ruins everything. You pass a back room where 2 men are weighing blocks on an iron scale. Each one is tagged and entered into a logbook. There's a whole system for this. Grades, weights, roots. You'd think it was cheese or silk the way they fuss over it. As the afternoon shadows stretch, a delivery cart rolls in, its wheels crusted with slush. The driver hops down and hands the clerk a tiny folded slip of paper. A new order from a private residence in Beacon Hill, 20 blocks for a wedding banquet. You glance out the door toward the icy street and imagine it. Footmen carrying blocks up marble steps, servants chipping slivers into silver bowls, guests sipping cold punch in satin gloves. And none of them, none, would give a second thought to where the ice came from. To the men in wet boots, to the boy stacking burlap, to the pine dust in the clerk's cuffs. The warehouse quiets as the sun dips low. The temperature inside feels unchanged, but in this trade, every tick of the clock counts. Every day warmer than expected is a risk, every shortcut, a gamble, every block, a bet against time, and right now, the house is still winning. You leave the dockside behind and follow the ice. Not as a merchant, not as a clerk, but as a block itself rattling along in the belly of a wagon toward the next leg of its journey. The horses trot steadily, hooves clapping on packed snow as the city recedes into winter mist. You're heading inland toward one of the main arteries of this frigid enterprise, the ice road. It's not a single road, really. It's a sprawling seasonal network, paths carved across frozen rivers, snowy woods, and compacted trails that only exist for a few short weeks each year. In this fleeting window, it becomes a bustling highway of cold commerce, where wagons creak under the weight of stacked ice, and drivers pray for more snow, not sun. Your wagon joins a caravan of others, each spaced carefully to avoid overloading the trail. The ice must move fast, but not too fast. Speed causes friction. Friction causes heat, and heat is the enemy of everything here. So they glide, not gallop. You pass a team of men spreading fresh straw over a patch of road. Beneath it, a dark spot glistens, ice thinning from underneath. The river is melting. It always starts invisibly from below. 1 minute the path is firm. The next, a cart vanishes with a groan, taking horses, men and cargo into freezing water. It's happened before, too often. No one talks about it directly, but you see it in their eyes, especially when crossing bridges made of nothing but ice itself, creaking under iron wheels. The wagon rocks sharply as it hits a rut. You reach out to steady yourself and accidentally brush the edge of a block. It burns your palm in reverse, cold so deep it stings like fire. No one uses gloves thick enough to insulate completely. They make it too hard to grip the ropes and wooden runners, so the men here have hands like bark, scarred and pale from years of frost contact. By mid-morning the sun breaks through and you see trouble ahead. A team of wagons has stopped. One axle has snapped, the cart listing sideways. A few blocks of ice have tumbled off into a snowbank half buried in pine dust. 2 drivers are arguing, not angrily, just tiredly. They know this will cost them time, and time is always melting. You walk ahead to see the road curve along a bluff above a frozen lake. Down below you spot a different scene altogether. A sleigh glides silently across the ice pulled by a lean black horse. In the back, 2 gentlemen in top hats, bundled in fur, sipping something steaming from silver flasks. You imagine them laughing at the rustic labour above, unaware that the very ice beneath them may have been carved from the same lake just weeks earlier. Back on the trail, the caravan moves again. You notice the drivers using long metal hooks to adjust the load. Tools that look brutal but are handled with surprising gentleness. A man nudges a block back into alignment, checking that it sits square so it doesn't rub against its neighbour and create a warm spot. It's like tending a sleeping beast, quiet, careful, and full of respect. The irony isn't lost on you. Everyone's working so hard just to keep something exactly the same, to keep it frozen, unmoving, unchanging, all while the world, sunlight, weather, accidents, does everything it can to undo that work. And still, they press on. The caravan finally rolls into a depot by late afternoon, a cluster of low buildings huddled near the bend of a railway line. You hop down from the wagon and feel the ache in your knees from hours of rattling along uneven tracks. Around you, men are already unloading. The rhythm of the road shifts now, from motion to management. This is where ice changes hands, changes ownership, and most importantly, changes form of transport. You step into a long, low structure built partly underground. The floor is stone, damp and cold underfoot. Inside, the air feels heavier. The temperature here is controlled by design. Thick walls, minimal sunlight, and a floor that always seems to sweat. In the centre, a giant scale hangs from a timber beam. Blocks are weighed in groups before being moved to a holding chamber. Accuracy matters. A few pounds off in every shipment and someone's ledger stops balancing. Near the corner you notice a peculiar contraption, a large wooden chute angled toward a waiting rail car. The chute is lined with thick leather and packed with straw. You watch as workers slide blocks down one by one, cushioned and guided gently into the wagon below. This is the transition, from horse to rail. The next leg will be faster, colder and riskier. There's no way to stop a train if temperatures spike unexpectedly along the way. A supervisor walks past, clipboard in hand, grumbling about last week's mess in Hartford. Apparently one shipment sat on a siding too long under weak cloud cover. Half the carload gone into the soil. Melted ice doesn't get refunded. That's the rule. Outside, the train is huffing clouds of white steam, as if competing with the ice itself. You climb up to peek inside the insulated boxcar. The walls are lined with layers of cork and sawdust-stuffed canvas. It's a tight fit. Each car can carry hundreds of blocks if stacked precisely, like a jigsaw. No gaps, no shifting. Just ice pressed against ice. Sawdust pressed between like breadcrumbs in a mould. As the last few blocks are loaded, a man claps shut the doors with a thud and seals them with tar-covered canvas. The train groans, the whistle screams, and it begins to pull away, carrying yesterday's frozen lake toward tomorrow's banquet tables. Back inside the depot, a different team starts sweeping up the sawdust left behind. They don't waste it. Even that is gathered and dried for reuse. You ask one man if the sawdust ever catches fire sitting around like this. He nods grimly. Had a whole shed go up last summer, he mutters. Smelled like roasting pine and lost wages. He doesn't laugh. A bell rings. The next wagon train is arriving from the north. The cycle begins again. You step outside and breathe in deeply. The sun is setting now, casting orange streaks across the snow. Another day of moving ice, inch by inch, through a world that constantly wants to melt it. And the strange part, most people who enjoy that chilled glass of lemonade at the end of this journey will never think of any of this. Not the aching backs, not the broken axles, not the trains lined with cork and hope, but you'll remember, you were there, you followed the trail and the ice is still moving. You stand on the deck of a wooden cargo ship, staring down into the hold where layer upon layer of ice blocks glisten beneath thick sawdust and burlap. The scent down there is musty, piney and slightly sour, like damp barrels in a cellar. Above you, seagulls circle, their cries lost in the creak of masts and slap of sails in a stiff Atlantic breeze. The harbour is humming, ropes snapping taut, men shouting over crates. But your cargo isn't fruit or fish or flour, it's ice. And you're headed for the tropics. It feels impossible. And yet here it is, an entire hull filled with frozen water about to sail into regions where the air never dips below 30 degrees Celsius. The year is 1856, and this is the cutting edge of global luxury. Chilled drinks in Calcutta, frozen desserts in Havana, even cold compresses in hospitals across Rio. All made possible by an unlikely export from the frigid lakes of New England. The crew treats it with a strange mix of reverence and resentment. On one hand, ice is precious. It means bonuses, better contracts, and prestige if delivered intact. On the other hand, it's cursed cargo. It doesn't behave like other freight. It leaks, it shifts, it sweats, and worst of all, it melts. Quietly, constantly, without a sound, eating into profit with every nautical mile. The captain joins you at the rail, his face weathered and his coat stained with salt. We lose 20% before we even cross the tropic, he says almost cheerfully, and if we anchor too long in port, it'll be soup before sundown. You glance up at the sails, already straining to catch more wind. Time isn't just money here, it's ice. Below deck, labourers shovel fresh sawdust into corners and crevices, patching weak insulation like doctors treating wounds. Every degree of warmth must be fended off. The ship itself becomes a floating cooler, only with wood, tar and guesswork instead of refrigeration. As you walk the deck, one of the crewmen tells you about a trick some traders use in Havana, selling the water from melted ice as New England drinking water. The locals apparently love the taste. Clean, soft, foreign. It sounds ridiculous. And yet, in this business, every drop has a value. Night falls quickly, the sky turning to velvet and the stars flickering like frost in reverse. The ocean is calm, almost glassy, and the ship glides forward as if it too knows how delicate the balance is. In the crew's mess, you listen to stories. One man tells of a shipment that arrived in Manila with just 3 blocks intact, down from 200. Another swears they once lost half a load after stopping near the equator for repairs that turned out to be a gambling detour by the captain. Still, every man aboard keeps shipping, because even a partial load, even a whisper of cold in the tropics sells like gold. Back in your bunk you try to sleep, but the hull groans, and somewhere beneath you, you swear you can hear the slow drip, drip, drip of profit turning into puddle. Dawn breaks over the Indian Ocean, and the air feels heavier now, thicker, wet with humidity. The crew's already up, hauling canvas, checking ropes, swabbing puddles. Beneath your boots, the deck feels faintly damp. It's not from rain. It's from the hold. The ice is sweating. You descend the narrow ladder into the cargo bay, and the smell hits first. Wood, salt, and warm sawdust. The temperature is still cool compared to the tropical air outside, but not enough. Not anymore. You feel it. A softness in the burlap wrapping. A quiet defeat in the workers' silence. The melt has begun in earnest. They move quickly now, rearranging what's left, shifting blocks toward the centre where insulation is thickest, piling new layers of sawdust in vulnerable corners. One man, clearly the veteran among them, mutters that it always starts the same way. One humid night, one slow leak, and the rest is just containment. Yet the destination is close. By midday, you see the coast of India rising like smoke from the sea. Palms, white buildings, and the curved shape of a port full of wooden hulls and stone piers. Calcutta, the final stop for this shipment of frostbitten treasure. Docking is a frenzy. Porters scramble to prepare wagons padded with straw and lined with canvas. Timing is everything. If the ice sits too long in the sun, it could melt before reaching the storage vaults built just outside the city. And even if it arrives, local heat may undo the weeks of careful preservation in a matter of hours. Still, anticipation buzzes through the dock. The British colonial elite await these blocks eagerly. Their clubs, homes, and hotels demand chilled drinks and iced desserts. A social dinner without cold punch is simply unthinkable now, even in 100-degree heat. You ride along with the first wagon load, trailing behind two men fanning the cargo with folded palm leaves, an improvised shade in a land where snow is only a myth. Children run alongside, pointing at the dripping blocks like they're watching magic melt. To them this is sorcery. Frozen water, solid as stone, in a place where the ground never cools. The wagon lurches to a halt in front of a whitewashed building, an ice depot disguised as a storeroom. Inside it's dark, thick-walled, and lined with brick coated in lime to keep the temperature low. The ice is unpacked quickly, gently. A few blocks arrive, partially melted. Others seem solid, nearly perfect. The workers don't speak. They just nod. It's good enough. One block, clear, clean, barely sweating, is pulled aside and wrapped in linen. It's headed to the governor's mansion for a diplomatic dinner. It will be carved into chunks with silver tongs, dropped into glasses of imported brandy, and passed around as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But you know better. You were there when it was born from a New England lake. You saw it cut, dragged, stacked, shipped. You watched it sweat through the tropics, clinging to life through sawdust and salt. And now, here it is, resting briefly in the heart of India before it vanishes into memory. A puddle with a passport. You duck your head and step into the gloom of a countryside estate outside London, where the garden paths are stiff with frost and the chimney smoke rises into a pale blue sky. At first glance, the grounds seem ordinary. Clipped hedges, sleeping flower beds, a stone fountain crusted with ice. But beneath your boots lies the true prize, buried deep, silent, and cold. The ice house. Not a house at all, really. More like a man-made cave. You follow the gardener around the back of the property, past a gate that creaks in protest, and down a narrow path lined with yew trees. At the end stands a squat stone dome, covered in moss and half sunken into the ground. A thick wooden door blocks the entrance, bolted with rusted iron. The gardener grunts as he levers it open. A wave of cold breathes out from the dark. You step inside, boots scuffing against the damp floor. The walls are brick, curved and layered with lime plaster to resist the slow creep of heat. The air is still, dead still. And in the centre, buried beneath mounds of sawdust and linen sacks, is the winter's hoard. Solid blocks of imported ice. Some of it comes from the lakes of Massachusetts, some, perhaps, from Norway. Most Londoners wouldn't know the difference. But the master of this house insists. He only purchases from Wenham Lake. Clearer than glass, the butler boasts, and slower to melt. You stoop beside one of the blocks, brushing aside the sawdust with gloved hands. It's beautiful. Blue-tinted, smooth as marble. The sawdust sticks to your sleeves like fine sand. The butler tells you they restock this chamber twice a year. The layers are packed in spring and autumn. In between, the thick earth walls and careful air traps do the rest. He gestures upward, pointing out a subtle design feature, a vent at the top of the dome. Hot air rises, and in summer, that one tiny escape hatch helps balance the interior temperature just enough to stretch the ice's life by weeks. You ask him how long the blocks last. He shrugs. Long enough, he says, as long as no one meddles. He doesn't say it, but you sense the unspoken truth. Servants sometimes sneak a chip of ice for themselves, for tea, for sore heads, for the novelty of watching it vanish on the tongue. The master disapproves, of course. Ice is a symbol here, a silent emblem of wealth, imported from oceans away, hidden underground like treasure. Later you follow him back toward the manor kitchen. There's no sign of refrigeration, just stone slabs, hanging meats, and tins of preserved goods. But in one corner stands a wooden chest lined with tin and filled with ice shavings. A cook reaches in, pulls out a bowl of cream and nods approvingly. Still cool, she says. Still good. The butler watches with quiet pride. That ice house, buried and forgotten by most of the household, has done its job again. Outside, the winter sun begins to warm the garden paths. Somewhere underfoot, the ice shifts slightly, creaking as it settles. You realise this is how the rich control time, not with clocks, with cold. You find yourself lingering near the edge of the estate grounds, where a second ice house, older, less pristine, sinks into the earth like a forgotten mouth. This one hasn't been opened in years. The gardener calls it the ghost house, half-jokingly. The door creaks on its hinges and the air inside is damp, not cold. The insulation failed long ago and now it stores nothing but shadows and memories. Still, it tells you something. You step out and walk down the village road to the outskirts of London proper, where the grand country estates fade into the practical rows of the city. Here, the ice houses are less elegant and more functional, wedged behind shops, inside narrow alleys, or beneath butcher cellars. You visit one tucked behind a tea merchant's warehouse. A plain door leads down a steep stairwell, where a chamber built of thick brick holds what's left of last month's order. The ice is smaller, stacked in uneven chunks, but still solid. It keeps the tins of milk cold and the tins of clotted cream from spoiling. The merchant, sleeves rolled and voice-clipped, shows you a ledger. Each block is counted, tracked, weighed, not a cube wasted. He even logs the rate of melt by week, adjusting future shipments to match the seasons. We don't guess here, he tells you. We measure. Ice is coin. Nearby, you overhear two boys on the street watching as men unload a fresh delivery from the canal. The younger one asks, "What happens if it melts on the way?" The older shrugs. "Then it's water. You can't charge for water." They burst into laughter, but you sense something deeper in the joke, an understanding of fragility. Across town, you visit a boarding school that's just installed a small domestic ice house, tucked discreetly into the garden. The headmaster, proud of his modernity, explains how it allows him to serve chilled lemonade in summer. "Nothing improves obedience like cold refreshment," he says with a wink. Even more surprising is a pub nearby, recently upgraded with a deep cellared pit lined with straw and iron hooks. The landlord shows off his new ice blocks, suspended just above the barrels, dripping gently. Keeps the ale respectable, he boasts, and brings in the gentry. As evening falls, you stroll through the alleys behind Covent Garden, where vendors still carry buckets of chipped ice wrapped in rags, selling them by the handful to stall owners. One man offers you a sliver for a penny. You take it. It melts on your tongue with the clarity of snow, then vanishes without a trace. The truth becomes clear. Beneath the surface of Victorian order and class, there's an entire architecture built on cold, a network of storage chambers, delivery schedules, and habits designed to fight a losing battle against time and temperature. A hidden world shivering just below the crust of civilization. And every single one of them, lord, cook, merchant, barkeep, is relying on a hole in the ground, some sawdust, and a little hope that winter will last just long enough. You push through the clamour of a sweltering summer street in central London, your boots slipping slightly on slick cobblestones as vendors cry out from every direction. Eels, cabbages, ribbons, and candles. But among the usual chaos, one voice cuts through with unusual power. Ice? Fresh American ice. By the pound or the block? You turn to see him, a wiry man in a dusty cap, wheeling a small handcart lined with thick wool and dripping steadily onto the stones. The cart is stacked with glistening chunks of ice, sparkling under the harsh July sun like diamonds caught out of season. Around him, a small crowd has gathered. A housemaid in a flour-dusted apron clutching a halfpenny, a butcher's boy with a tin pail, a man in a waistcoat wiping his brow with a crumpled rag. For all of them, this ice isn't luxury, it's lifeline. You move closer, watching as the vendor wraps one jagged sliver in cloth and drops it into the maid's waiting hands. She hurries off toward the alleys, likely to return to a kitchen where butter's melting and milk is souring before noon. This is the street-level war of the ice trade, and it's fierce. You learn quickly that there's more than one supplier on this block. 3 carts are visible by midday, each claiming better quality, slower melt, cleaner source. One has painted Wenham Lake across the side in flaking blue letters. Another insists his stock is Norwegian crystal. Now, truth is, most of it comes from the same warehouse down by the Thames, where blocks are hacked apart and redistributed by middlemen who shave off just enough to make a profit, and never quite enough to make it last. As you follow the carts through twisting back streets, you start to hear the rumours. A few days ago, someone dumped a rival stock into a sewer grate at dawn. Last week, 2 carts collided near Fleet Street. One man blamed, the other vanished. No one was arrested. Just business. But not all rivalries are violent. Some are clever. You trail one vendor into a narrow alley off Drury Lane. He pauses beside a tavern and taps twice on the side door. A boy opens it, accepts a small wrapped bundle, and exchanges it for 2 brown coins. No words, just the rhythm of commerce. Later you hear that same boy hawking iced gin to afternoon drinkers. And those drinkers, they don't care who supplied the ice, only that their glass sings with cold when it touches the lips. One vendor confesses that he keeps a notebook of his rivals' routes and rest days. He plans his rounds like a general drawing battle lines. Can't waste time barking up a street that's already been bitten, he chuckles. By late afternoon, the temperature has climbed high enough to soften wax. The carts drip faster now. Vendors start shouting louder, trying to sell what's left before it becomes worthless. One man even offers 2 for 1, his blocks visibly shrinking in the sun. You realise the desperation in their cries isn't just performance, it's real. In this moment, each cart is a melting hourglass, its product turning to water beneath their hands, and in London's heat, victory belongs not to the strongest, but to the swiftest. You wander deeper into the labyrinth of London's neighbourhoods, where the alleys narrow and the stone walls sweat with heat. The cry of the ice vendors fades into the distance, replaced by the everyday sounds of city life. Laundry snapping on lines, hooves clattering, the dull clang of iron on stone. But ice is still here, only now it's hiding in plain sight. You step into a corner bakery, where the air is heavy with the scent of yeast and scorched sugar. Behind the counter, a woman kneads dough with one hand and gestures with the other toward a wooden box tucked into the shadowy corner. The lid creaks open to reveal a compartment filled with chipped ice and 2 jugs of cream. Can't keep the custards from curdling otherwise, she mutters, wiping her forehead with a flour-dusted wrist. She paid 3 shillings this week for a single delivery. An indulgence certainly, but a necessary one. The big shops have their own ice bins now, she tells you. We small ones have to beg, borrow, or bribe to keep our cream from spoiling before the bell rings for tea. You nod, stepping outside just as a small boy rushes past carrying a cracked porcelain bowl with a cloth-covered mound inside. You follow him down the block to a modest tea room with polished windows and lace curtains, where he delivers the ice to a woman with a notepad and a permanent frown. She inspects it like it's fish. Satisfied, she hands him a bun and a few coppers. Even the city's tiniest luxuries depend on these exchanges, silent, quick, and measured in melting seconds. As evening approaches, you visit a boarding house off the Strand where lodgers gather in the common kitchen. A single chipped ice block sweats quietly in a tin tray beside a jug of lemonade. The air is stifling, but for a moment the room feels cooler, just from knowing the ice is there. A child presses a finger to it, gasps, then grins. You watch her giggle as it melts down her wrist, vanishing in rivulets. Later, by gaslight, you sit at the back of a small public house where a fiddler plays and the barkeep chips ice into tin mugs of ale. His hands are fast, practiced. We keep it in the cellar, he says, wrapped in old coats and dry straw. Most nights it lasts long enough. Barely. Then, almost as an afterthought, he leans in and whispers, "Sometimes I get mine from across the river. Cheaper, if you don't mind a bit of bark or sawdust in your drink." You smile politely, but the truth settles deep. The ice trade is not just a marvel of logistics. It's a delicate street-by-street dance of timing, access, and quiet deals. It's vendors in the sun, cooks in the back room, bartenders with side sauces, and housewives haggling over ounces. By nightfall, London sighs in the dark, heat rising from every roof tile and flagstone, and somewhere, in dozens of cellars and closets and creaky wooden boxes, ice is silently disappearing, slipping away hour by hour, block by block, while no one watches. Everyone depends on it, and no one expects it to last. You step through the servants' entrance of a tall London townhouse, where the ceiling is low, the light dim, and the scent of boiled beef clings to every timber. The kitchen hums with movement, footsteps thudding overhead, kettles hissing, spoons clinking against copper pots. But down here, the real action is at the far end of the scullery, where the ice chest sits like a silent sentinel. It's not much to look at, just a stout wooden box lined with tin, with a hinged lid and a steady drip into a shallow tray beneath. But inside, packed around stoneware jugs of cream and soft wedges of cheese, lies a block of ice as precious as any silver candelabra upstairs. A young scullery maid lifts the lid and winces. "Smaller than it was this morning," she murmurs, adjusting the cloth draped over it. "We'll be lucky to keep the trout chilled till dinner." You crouch beside her, peering into the box. The ice is still clear, but thin now, edges sloughing off like melting glass. It's been chipped away steadily throughout the day, used to cool jellies, to pack a glazed ham, to freshen the cucumber slices served to the mistress during her afternoon reading. The maid leans close and whispers, "Sometimes I take a piece for myself, not for anything fancy, just to hold, on the back of my neck or my wrist." She shrugs. It feels like another world. Above you, the sharp clack of shoes on the upper floor signals the return of the butler. The kitchen staff snaps to attention. The ice will be needed soon. The master is hosting a dinner, and cold butter must be served with the bread, not softened, not dripping. Presentation matters. The chill of the butter must match the chill of the white wine. You follow the butler up the servants' stairs, emerging into the dining room, a space of linen, crystal, and gold-rimmed china. The air is cooler here, though not by magic. Somewhere behind a screen, a servant fans the room with a cloth paddle, trying to keep the illusion intact. On a silver platter, a bowl of ice cubes glitters beside a carafe of lemonade. The guests murmur approval. Wenham Lake, no doubt, one says, as if identifying the source of a vintage wine. You know better. That block came from the East India docks, chipped by hand and rushed across town in the back of a covered cart. Later, As dessert arrives, a moulded jelly that quivers delicately on a cut glass pedestal, you notice a servant quietly rotating the ice beneath it. The heat from the candles is already threatening its structure. One wrong move, and the whole display might slump sideways, a glistening mess. But for now, it holds. And so does the illusion. Up here, in the world of white gloves and silver spoons, the ice appears eternal. A simple, elegant fact. It is cold because it must be cold. Downstairs, in the swelter of the scullery, it's a race, a discipline, a quiet battle waged by invisible hands trying to hold the line against time and temperature. And no one upstairs gives it a second thought. You return downstairs just in time to see the scullery door swing open, revealing a delivery boy with his sleeves rolled and cheeks flushed from the summer heat. He lugs in a canvas-wrapped bundle, today's second block, smaller than the first, and already weeping through the fabric. The cook clucks her tongue and checks the weight with a practised eye. "Half the size for the same price," she mutters. "They think we don't notice." She's not wrong. The block is irregular, one corner already melting to slush. It's still usable, but barely. It will be chipped apart carefully and rationed out. Some for the cheeses, a bit for the claret jug, the rest stored for tomorrow's breakfast cream. There's no room for waste, and certainly no margin for pride. The delivery boy wipes his forehead and glances around. "They're getting stingy," he says quietly. "One of the houses on Belgrave Square, they've taken to using frozen water bottles instead. Freeze 'em, reuse 'em. Says it's cleaner than sawdust blocks." He rolls his eyes. "Right, until the whole thing bursts in the night." You help him carry the block to the icebox where the maid, sleeves pinned, hair damp with sweat, has already stripped out the melted remains of the morning's ration. She works quickly, tucking the new block into place and layering clean linen over top. The entire process takes less than 2 minutes, but it feels like a ritual. Swift, silent, sacred. Back in the main kitchen, the atmosphere has shifted. The oven is roaring for the roast. Steam clouds the windows. The butter has been transferred to a ceramic dish, just above the new block. Everything is timed down to the quarter hour, because in this kitchen, the ice dictates the rhythm. You peek into a side pantry where the wine sits nestled in damp straw, and flanked on either side by metal trays filled with slush. The butler doesn't trust the staff to chill the wine too cold. "English cold," he once explained, "not Russian. No one wants frozen claret." It's a strange hierarchy. The master commands the servants command the household, and the ice commands them all. Without it, the cream curdles, the fish stinks, the butter melts. The image of dignity served upstairs, cold jellies, crisp lettuces, icy cordial, is built on this fragile thawing foundation. Later, after the guests have gone and the plates are scraped clean, the staff gathers in the narrow kitchen corridor, slumped on stools and crates. The maid lifts the icebox lid one last time and lets out a soft breath. Only a fragment remains, no larger than her palm. She doesn't say anything. She just picks it up, turns it in her hand until it glistens, then sets it on a saucer to melt quietly overnight. No one needs it now. The day is done. You sit there with them as the final droplets trickle into the catch tray, knowing that by dawn it'll be gone. And with it, the illusion of control, the polite fiction that the house runs on elegance and order, not sweat and melting blocks. But tomorrow, the cart will arrive again, the dance will begin again, and the war with heat will resume beneath the silken tablecloths and behind the scullery door. The sun glints off the brass letterbox as you step into a modest but newly built home in one of London's outer boroughs. Rows of red brick terraces lined with iron railings, each one nearly identical but proud. Inside, the parlour is neatly arranged, curtains starched, and a floral rug sits centred like a badge of arrival. This is middle-class respectability, rising with the smoke of factory chimneys and the steady tick of salaried office work. But what really catches your eye is in the kitchen, a polished wooden cabinet standing alone with 2 doors and a subtle tray beneath. The mistress of the house glides over proudly. "Our new icebox," she announces, smoothing her apron. Real American make. Isn't it marvellous? You lean in and open the door. Inside, at the top, a solid block of ice rests in a tin-lined compartment, cold radiating from it like a quiet engine. Below, butter, milk, a dish of blancmange and a few eggs sit nestled in their cool sanctuary. Nothing smells sour, nothing sloshes. It's a miracle in oaken metal. She closes the door gently. Before this, she says, we used a stone shelf by the pantry window. Half the week the milk turned. Now we have ice delivered every Monday, and if I wrap the block just so, it lasts till Friday. You admire the precision. The ice is a weekly guest, welcomed, budgeted, revered. Her husband appears in the doorway, cravat loosened, sleeves rolled. Cost nearly $1 a week, he says with a smile that's part complaint, part pride. But the neighbours notice. The Thompsons still use Crocs in the stairwell, he chuckles. Imagine eating room temperature blancmange. He's not wrong. In this part of town the icebox is more than convenience. It's a social signal. A symbol that they've stepped up the ladder, that their butter no longer swims, that their jellies hold shape. Their son bursts in from the garden, clutching a brown paper parcel and flushed from running. He beelines for the kitchen and opens the icebox like a bank vault. Is there any left? He asks, peeking into the top compartment. His mother gently swats his hand. It's for Sunday's pudding. Close the door, darling. The boy sighs but obeys. Even at his age he knows. Ice is not to be wasted. Later you're invited to stay for tea. A small glass dish is placed in front of you, filled with chilled gooseberries and set on a doily. The spoon clicks softly as you taste. It's subtle, but the cold elevates everything. Sharp, refreshing, almost regal. The mother smiles as you nod in appreciation. She doesn't say it, but she's watching closely. She wants you to notice, and you do. This isn't the extravagance of Belgravia or the scrape-together tricks of the alleyways. This is something new, a quiet transformation, humming in homes with pianos and newspaper subscriptions. The refrigerator has not been invented yet. Electricity is still decades from changing everything. But in this moment, in this kitchen, the future is sitting politely in a wooden box, dripping one drop at a time into a copper tray, and no one wants to go back. Evening settles softly over the street, and as lamps flicker to life behind lace curtains, you follow the quiet rhythm of the neighbourhood. It's supper time now. In kitchen after kitchen, tea is being poured, plates scraped clean, and icebox lids gently lifted. The ritual is universal. Quickly check the melt, slide a dish into the cool lower chamber, maybe chip off a corner of the ice block if someone's feeling indulgent. In one home, a young mother presses a glass of cold milk into her daughter's hands, proud that it hasn't curdled. In another, a husband carefully pulls out a tin of butter, still firm despite the heat outside, and lays it next to bread slices stacked like folded handkerchiefs. You peer into a modest rear garden where a woman in her apron is emptying the drip tray beneath the icebox. She moves with practiced ease, tipping the meltwater into a small watering can. No sense wasting it, she says with a smile, noticing your glance. The roses don't care where it came from. She's not the only one thinking practically. 2 houses down, the man of the house is tinkering with a new idea, lining the interior of his icebox with an extra layer of cork, salvaged from old wine crates. Keeps the chill in longer, he claims, proudly tapping the box like a trusted tool. Let the Joneses buy another block every 4 days. I'll stretch mine to 6. And still, not everything is perfect. You pass by a house where the ice didn't arrive. The wife stands in the entryway, arms crossed, fanning herself with a rolled-up magazine. The delivery boy never came. Broken wheel, they said. So now the blancmange's gone soft, she grumbles to her neighbour, and the fish'll need salting. There's a quiet tension here. No shouting, no real disaster, but a shared recognition that cold is fragile, and the systems they've built around it, these tidy domestic empires of puddings, preserves and proper appearances, are only as strong as the next block of ice. Back in the kitchen where you started, The mother checks the icebox one last time before bed. The lid creaks. A curl of condensation clings to the rim. She nods, satisfied, and closes it gently. She doesn't know it, but she's part of a quiet revolution. These small wooden cabinets, one in every 10th home now, soon one in every 5th, are reshaping habits. Food lasts longer, menus expand, illness from spoiled milk begins to fade, even the pace of housekeeping shifts, no longer ruled by the tyranny of rot. And though the newspapers speak of railways, empires and parliament, you sense that this subtle battle with heat in every corner of the city is just as transformative. By the time you step outside again, the moon has risen and the cobblestones are slick with dew. Somewhere in the distance a cart creaks by, heading toward the morning markets, probably carrying the next day's supply, wrapped in canvas, packed in sawdust, still whispering with cold. And in the hush of that night you realise the age of refrigeration hasn't yet arrived. But the world is already changing, one melting block at a time. You step through the wide gates of St Bartholomew's Hospital just as the morning haze begins to lift, and London's summer heat creeps back into the cobbled courtyards. The stone walls soak in the warmth, radiating it in long, suffocating waves. Inside the main ward, windows are flung open, and linen sheets hang limp over the edges of beds. A nurse wipes her brow with a corner of her cap. The scent of carbolic soap drifts faintly through the air, doing little to mask the underlying musk of sweat and antiseptic. And yet, in the far corner, where the sunlight is weakest and the air just a bit cooler, sits the hospital's most precious and perishable resource, a modest wooden chest packed with ice. A young orderly opens it with care, reaching inside with linen-wrapped hands. From beneath a blanket of sawdust he retrieves a sliver, roughly carved and glistening, before rushing to the bedside of a fevered child. The nurse takes the fragment, wraps it in damp cloth, and places it against the boy's flushed forehead. The boy flinches, then stills. His breathing eases. The room exhales with him. You watch this quiet miracle unfold. There are no machines here, no thermometers beeping, no cooling fans or compressors. Just cold, borrowed from a New England lake and carried halfway around the world, now pressed gently against skin that burns too hot for comfort. In the hallway, a doctor examines a tray lined with metal basins filled with chipped ice. He explains how they rotate blocks between fever patients, 10 minutes per limb, no more, or the skin goes numb. You sense a practiced desperation in his tone. "We're only ever 3 days ahead," he says. "If the delivery's late, we start choosing who gets the last of it." You nod quietly. In this setting, ice isn't luxury, it's triage. Further down the corridor you pass a surgery room. There's no anaesthesia here, not really. Not yet. Ether and chloroform are only used for the bravest or richest. But the nurses have another trick. They keep a pail of ice near the instruments. Tools are cooled between uses to dull the sensation. Sometimes ice is even packed around a wound site to numb it before the first incision. Crude, imperfect, but better than nothing. One nurse tells you how they once tried to preserve a body for transport. Just a day, just long enough for family to arrive. Packed him in ice all night, she says. Didn't stop the change, only slowed it. She doesn't dwell on the details, but her voice lowers to a whisper when she adds, "The morgue boys stole half the block before dawn." You move past rows of patients, some bandaged, some sleeping, some quietly groaning, and you start to notice a pattern. Those nearest the windows get the breeze, those nearest the ice chest get the calm, the rest must wait. And though the wards are full of voices, cries, murmurs, footsteps, you find your attention pulled again and again to the slow, steady sound of dripping from the chest. Each drop, a little mercy. Each hour, a race. Each block, a fading shield against the city's relentless heat. In the basement of the hospital, down a narrow staircase behind the dispensary, you follow the scent of damp stone and iron. Here, beneath the hum of patients above, lies the institution's ice storage. Part cellar, part shrine. The walls are thick, the ceiling low, and the air bitingly cold compared to the wards. 3 blocks remain, each resting on raised wooden pallets, shrouded in a fog of sawdust and melting condensation. An older porter, sleeves rolled and fingers red from exposure, nods as you enter. He's the ice steward of sorts. His job, to track every pound, every delivery, and every flake of shaved frost that leaves the room. He keeps a notebook in his vest pocket, sweat-stained and fraying at the corners, where he tallies each withdrawal. Not for bureaucracy, for fairness. Ice doesn't argue, he says, tapping the block with a long-handled hook. It just vanishes. So best to keep honest about where it goes. He's not the only one who thinks this way. Upstairs, the nurse matron holds her own list. She rationed £3 yesterday, 1 for the surgery, 1 for the children's ward, and 1 for a private room where a fevered gentleman from India is said to be connected to a shipping company. No one said it aloud, but his ice was slightly clearer, slightly cleaner, slightly larger. Money has its own medicine. Later, you're invited to sit in on a consultation. The physician stands beside a young woman with sunken cheeks and a persistent rattle in her lungs. Cool compresses only, he says. She's too weak for quinine now. A nurse nods and signals down the hall. Moments later, a chipped metal basin arrives, half filled with shaved ice and a muslin cloth. It's not treatment. Not really. It's comfort. And even comfort here is rationed. In the adjacent hallway, a new delivery arrives. 2 blocks, wrapped in straw and already sweating. The porter shakes his head as he inspects them. Too thin, he mutters, and one's cracked. A split block melts faster, loses integrity. He marks it down anyway. They'll use it for foot soaks and sponge baths. You overhear whispers between 2 nurses about the children's wing. One girl has diphtheria, another hasn't eaten in days. Let them hold a cube, one suggests quietly. It helps the mouth, feels like something sweet. It's true, some children too sick to chew or swallow find strange delight in sucking ice chips, cold comfort in the most literal sense. The hospital doesn't advertise this dependency. To donors, they boast about modern lamps, improved bedding, or imported linens. No one writes checks for sawdust and melting cubes. But in the background, it's the ice that holds the line between agony and calm. As night falls, the porter returns to the cellar. He lights a lantern and checks the tally. 1 block left unclaimed. He hesitates, then removes a sliver and places it in a wrapped cloth. You follow him upstairs, down the quiet corridor of the women's ward, and into a room where a girl no older than 10 tosses and moans in her sheets. The nurse steps aside as he hands her the cloth. She presses it to her lips. Her body relaxes. No fanfare, no thanks, just 1 more hour of peace. And below, the last block keeps dripping. The sun blazes down over Hyde Park, baking the gravel paths and wilting the edges of straw bonnets. It's a holiday afternoon in London, and the park is humming with life. Families strolling, boys chasing hoops, and carriages gliding past in slow, stately rhythm. But your attention is drawn to a particular corner near the Serpentine, where a crowd has gathered not for a sermon or a show, but for something far colder. A bright striped awning flutters in the breeze, shading a wooden pushcart with ornate painted letters. Ice creams, flavoured Wundy. You draw closer. Behind the cart stands a man in a waistcoat and sweat-streaked collar, carefully lifting a tin mould from a sunken chamber packed with salt and shaved ice. Inside the tin, moulded into neat domes, is what looks like frozen cream, tinted pale yellow, soft pink, and an almost luminous lavender. He calls out the flavours as if reciting poetry. Lemon ice, rose water, orange blossom, and vanilla. Real vanilla. A child tugs at his mother's sleeve. A gentleman leans in, pretending he's buying for his niece. A nursemaid pulls a copper penny from her reticule, exchanging it for a delicate scoop served on a wafer-thin slate. You finally receive your own. A small, trembling dome of violet ice, melting already at the edges. The first taste is arresting. Not just sweet, but perfumed. Cold in a way that startles your teeth. A mouthful of frozen fragrance. It's more than dessert. It's sorcery. But behind the delight lies industry. As you peer around the back of the cart, you spot the real labour, a lower chamber packed with cracked ice and coarse salt. This mixture isn't for cooling, it's for freezing. Salt lowers the temperature around the cream moulds enough to solidify them, even in the open air. The vendor wipes his brow and checks the block nestled below. It's half its original size, slick and sweating into a tin basin. "We'll be done by 4, he mutters, if the sun doesn't steal it first. You strike up conversation. He tells you the ice came yesterday from the docks, broken off a larger shipment meant for a restaurant near Piccadilly. "They sold me what wouldn't fit," he says. "I get what melts too fast for their sellers, and I turn it into joy." Joy, indeed. A pair of street musicians are set up nearby, playing a waltz while 2 girls in white gloves try to eat their ices before they dissolve. Every tongue in the crowd seems to glitter with syrup. For some children, this is their first taste of anything truly cold. A boy drops his. It splats into the dust, pale yellow against grey gravel. He begins to cry, but the vendor shakes his head, reaches into his dwindling stash, and gives the boy another. A gift. A gesture. The boy stares in wonder, eyes wide as the moon. Later, as the shadows stretch and the tin moulds empty, the vendor begins to pack up. He carefully ladles the last of the ice and salt mixture into a lidded bucket, saving what he can for tomorrow. But it's clear this moment, this gathering of sweetness and snow on a summer's day, won't last much longer. And maybe that's the magic. You follow the vendor as he pushes his empty cart slowly toward the edge of the park, wheels groaning slightly under the weight of dripping water and lingering sugar. A few children trail behind, hopeful for scraps or another miraculous free scoop, but he waves them off with a tired smile. The magic has melted. What's left now is just work. At the edge of a mews, he stops beside a wooden shed tucked behind a row of narrow houses. With effort, he lifts the lid of a storage bin built into the ground. Inside, wrapped in old sailcloth and straw, lies a single dwindling block of ice. Not for display, not even for tomorrow's trade. This is his emergency reserve. If the sun rises too hot, or the docks delay, he'll scrape this last remnant and try to stretch the illusion of cold for one more afternoon. He sighs as he brushes a layer of straw aside, revealing a muddy edge. "This one won't last the week," he mutters. "Might not even last 2 more customers." You walk with him to a nearby tenement house where his wife and daughter wait with a tin pail and folded cloth. They help clean the cart, rinsing the sticky moulds in water that's already warm. His daughter, no more than 7, steals a fingerful of melted syrup from the edge of a tin. He pretends not to see. Inside, they talk of tomorrow, of whether the market will still have lemons, whether the butcher's boy will trade salt again, whether the next block of ice will arrive whole or cracked. No one mentions how much of their day depends on something so fragile, so fleeting. You head back toward the park, retracing your steps past empty benches and trampled cones of melting slush. At a narrow alley corner, you see another cart, this one painted in red and gold, more polished, more professional. The vendor there wears a bowler hat and boasts of Italian ices with imported flavourings. His ice is fresher, his price is higher, but his crowd is smaller. The children seem to know where the better smiles are. As the last rays of sun sink behind the trees, you hear a gentle clink, a spoon against tin, a child's laugh, a pail being filled with chipped frost for the next morning. The world of cold sweetness is closing for the night, and still the memory lingers, a taste that vanished on the tongue, a chill that lived only long enough to delight, then disappear. The clamour of the day is long gone, replaced by the distant rumble of hooves, the occasional bark of a dog, and the whisper of something else. Wheels on wood, pushed slow and silent. You duck behind a stack of crates as a figure appears, hunched over a handcart. There's no sign, no paint, no flourish, just a bundle, canvas-wrapped and leaking in tiny rivulets. He moves with purpose, glancing up at every crossroads before ducking into a rear courtyard flanked by shuttered windows. You follow. Inside the courtyard stands a backdoor tavern, closed, officially. But through the slats of a cellar vent you spot a flicker of candlelight, a knock, 2 slow taps, then a pause. The door opens just a crack. The man mutters something you can't hear, then pushes the cart inside. You wait, a minute, then 2. And when you slip in after him, careful not to make a sound, you see it. A hidden chamber behind the main tap room, with barrels stacked to the beams and crates of gin, but right in the centre, 3 fresh blocks of ice resting on straw mats, already beginning to mist. This isn't a hospital. This isn't Hyde Park. This is the other ice market, the one without ledgers or uniforms. A whisper network of publicans, fishmongers, backstreet apothecaries, and street vendors who can't, or won't, pay the official prices or wait for the city's sanctioned deliveries. Here, ice is bartered, traded, hidden, stolen. The man receives a stack of coins in a tightly bound cloth pouch. He doesn't count it, just nods, takes a biscuit and flask of something sharp-smelling, and disappears back into the dark. The tavern owner, a round man with oil on his sleeves, sets to work. He chips 1 block into manageable shards, scooping them into 2 buckets. One he carries upstairs for tomorrow's breakfast cordial. The other he keeps in the corner, wrapped again, for a customer who pays well to have his oysters served like at the Savoy. No one asks where the ice came from. No one wants to know. The less said, the better. You wander through this quiet world for the next hour, through fish cellars where slabs of cod rest on dripping crates, through tiny sweet shops where one woman preserves her berries on cold tiles bought under the table, and finally to a boarding house where the landlord hoards a block in a cupboard under the stairs. It sits in a metal pail covered in a child's blanket. He peeks at it like a miser checking gold. "We use it only for guests," he whispers. "Makes them stay longer if the lemonade's cold." It's not quite theft, but it's not regulation either, and yet no one seems ashamed. In these parts of town you survive on what you can hold, before it melts, before it's taken, before someone else gets to it first. The legal ice trade moves in wagons and ledgers, but this one moves in shadows and silence, and both rely on the same thing, a fragile block of frozen time. Dawn is still a whisper on the horizon when you reach the back alley near Billingsgate Market. A porter yawns and unlocks the side gate with a rusty key, waving in a cart piled with burlap-wrapped bundles that clink faintly. Not metal, but something heavier, colder. Ice. Off the books. This isn't a scandal, it's a system. One the city pretends not to notice. Official deliveries come with tallies, taxes and warehouse slips. These are the extras. The crumbs swept from the table of the big contracts, resold quietly, sometimes days old, sometimes cracked or reshaped. But for a price they'll still chill a crate of oysters or save a grocer's butter from turning. You follow the porter to the fish stalls, where scales clink and water splashes. A woman in oilskin sleeves is already unpacking yesterday's catch, her fingers fast even in the chill. She receives a sliver of the smuggled block, no questions asked, and lays it over a tray of eels. The ice hisses faintly, meeting the flesh with a soft hiss like a sigh. It'll buy her 4 more hours of freshness. That's 4 more hours to sell, 4 more hours to pay the rent. She glances at you and grins. The fish keep longer than the truth some days. In a nearby booth, a confectioner accepts a bucket of frost chipped from one of the same illegal blocks. He uses it to chill a tray of almond paste sweets. Only way to make the shapes hold, he explains, smoothing them with the back of a silver spoon. And customers won't pay top price for sticky fingers. You pass a man selling ice chips in cloth-wrapped cones. He calls it crunch ice. Sweetened water frozen in trays and crushed for flavour. The truth? Half of it's melted down stock, what dripped overnight from the broken blocks. He adds a drop of lemon oil and calls it exotic. The queue doesn't care. Even apothecaries dabble in the grey trade. You visit one tucked behind a tobacco shop where a boy packs glass bottles in sawdust-chilled crates. Tinctures spoil in heat, he shrugs. We do what we must. He doesn't mention that his block of ice was delivered at 3 a.m, paid for in coin that never saw a ledger. Still, nothing about this world feels dangerous, only necessary. People speak softly, but not fearfully. They know they walk a line between the legal and the practical, not to break the law, but to bend it just enough to keep milk cold, fruit firm, wounds soothed, and customers coming back. And here's the truth. No one says out loud. The official ice trade doesn't reach everyone. Not the cramped streets, not the corner barbers or basement pubs. Without these informal routes, these twilight deliveries and barter box exchanges, the city's poor and working class would sweat and spoil, while others dined cool and dignified. You step out into the waking street as the sun finally cracks above the chimneys. A single drip rolls from your sleeve. Somewhere behind you, someone curses as a block splits. Another day begins. Another shipment melts. And as the wheels roll, the city turns. Not just on rules, but on ice that knows how to vanish quietly. A hot wind curls down from Clerkenwell and you taste soot in the air before you smell the smoke. Something's burning. The sky glows dull orange over the rooftops, and you follow the distant clang of bells toward the scene. By the time you reach it, a small warehouse is already engulfed. Flames lick up the walls like tongues, and a crowd has gathered. Aprons over mouths, eyes wide, children clutching their mothers' skirts. The fire brigade is here, but they're not moving with haste. The engine is steam-powered, but temperamental. The water barrels have been late in arriving. Men shout for hoses, for ladders, for buckets. Some simply shout. You watch as the neighbours form a bucket chain from a nearby pump, hands moving with practised rhythm. But someone else, someone you don't expect, arrives with a cart. Not filled with water, filled with ice. 3 thick blocks dragged under tarps, sweating heavily in the heat. A grocer, red-faced and wheezing, helps unload them near the burning building's outer wall. "Stack 'em!" he shouts. "Press 'em against the back!" The firemen hesitate. This isn't in any manual, but in the chaos, someone obeys. A row of men rolls the slick, glistening blocks into place, stacking them too deep where the fire threatens to spread to the bakery next door. And for a moment, you witness something extraordinary. The flames recoil, steam bursts upward with a hiss, and the wall, already blistering from heat, holds. It's not that the ice puts out the fire, of course not, but it slows the advance. It buys time, 10 minutes, maybe 15, just enough for the water barrels to arrive, just enough for the brigade to reposition, just enough to save the row of homes behind. Later, when the worst has passed and the ashes settle, the grocer wipes his forehead and grins. Didn't think it'd work, he admits, but figured, I can get more ice. Can't rebuild Mrs. Harrow's bakery. You walk with him back to his shop where the shelves are still intact and the windows only slightly smoked. The back room, where the ice was stored, now sits empty. Just puddles and a dark stain where the tarps once rested. He doesn't seem to mind. It's strange, he says, how many things ice can do. We think of it for pudding and fish, but sometimes it just holds the world together long enough for help to arrive. You nod, and as the firemen pack up their hoses and the crowd begins to disperse, you realise something you hadn't considered before. In a city built from wood and coal and heat, ice isn't just comfort or indulgence, it's armour, silent, temporary, melting by the hour. But armour nonetheless. The day after the fire, the grocer becomes a minor legend on the street. Not for saving the block, though he did, but for the way he did it. Children reenact the moment with chalk and melting candles. An old man swears he saw steam form the shape of an angel. A local reporter even drops by to ask questions, but the grocer just shrugs and says, "It was cold, that's all." You return to the alley behind the bakery he helped save. The windows are open now, airing out the smoke. Inside, Mrs. Harrow is kneading dough as if nothing happened, her sleeves dusted with flour and her apron dark with sweat. She gestures to a small crate in the corner, half filled with chipped ice. "That's all we've got left," she says. "Used to chill the milk for the glaze," she smiles faintly. "Feels like a luxury after yesterday." She tells you something else, something almost too strange to believe. Before the fire reached her, she'd already started carrying her ice blocks outside, thinking she might trade them for help, or at least save them from melting in the blaze. But by the time she got to the street, the grocer was already there. I thought I was mad, she says. He thought he was mad, but somehow madness saved us both. That afternoon, you walk through other streets scorched by similar disasters, rows of shops rebuilt, some not, and everywhere there are stories of ice used in ways no merchant could have predicted. A hat maker who wrapped his finest felts in burlap and laid them between ice blocks to keep them from catching fire in a summer flare-up. A bookseller who lined the walls of his basement with melting blocks during a nearby blaze, hoping the slow drip would keep the air humid enough to save the parchment. A seamstress who buried her sewing machine beneath ice-packed blankets when the fire bells rang, muttering a prayer that the metal wouldn't warp. None of it was in the fire code. None of it was guaranteed to work. But time and again, ice stepped in, not to extinguish the flames, but to stall them, to resist just long enough. In a city like London, where heat comes not only from weather but from gas lamps, steam kitchens, factory sparks and wood-burning stoves, fire is a constant threat. And yet the coldest thing in the city, harvested in a far-off forest, shipped across an ocean, dragged through alleyways and packed in sawdust, becomes a silent firefighter. At dusk you visit the grocer one last time. He's just received a new block, smaller than usual. He sets it in place with a grunt, then pauses. Makes you wonder, he says quietly, how many things we've lost that could have been saved with a bit more cold and a bit less waiting. You nod. Because you've seen what ice can do, not just in kitchens or tea trays, but in crises. Not just for flavour, but for time. And in a city always on the edge of flame, time is everything. You wipe a line of sweat from your brow as you step off the gangplank in Singapore, the tropical air slapping you like a damp curtain. It's the 1880s now, and though the harbour is still filled with sailboats and coal-fired steamers, the port has grown into a restless machine, ropes groaning, crates thudding, orders shouted in half a dozen languages. Somewhere in the noise, an overseer barks for caution. The ice shipment's landed, get it under cover. You turn and follow the men hurrying toward a stack of wooden crates marked with stenciled letters. Boston Ice Co. The boxes drip steadily in the sun, each bead of condensation marking a lost second. These crates have travelled thousands of miles from Massachusetts, across the Atlantic, through the Suez Canal, past the steaming coasts of India, and into the Strait of Malacca, all to arrive here, sweating in the tropical glare. You walk alongside a pair of labourers as they haul one crate across the docks to a narrow wagon lined with woven mats. The driver sits beneath a wide straw hat, clucking at his oxen. There's no insulation here beyond what can be scraped together. Rice straw, bamboo slats, and old sacks of burlap soaked in brine and shaded by palm leaf screens. Primitive, yes, but in this heat, it's the only line of defence. The oxen plod forward. Your guide, a clerk from a shipping office, explains that these ice blocks are destined for private clients. He says it with a knowing look. A few embassies, some officers, certain clubs. One of the brothels, actually. They've got chilled champagne. Can you believe that? You pass a row of shop fronts where a group of boys are chasing each other barefoot. One of them stops and points. There, in the alley behind a cafe, men are unloading a small chipped block of ice into a clay-lined pit. Not for drinks, for meat. The cafe's cook, wiping his neck with a damp rag, grins at you. Boon from heaven, he says in broken English. Keeps fish longer, makes tea cold, ladies like cold tea. Further up the street, a European officer lounges beneath a ceiling fan, watching as a servant unpacks a crate padded in linen. Inside is a half-melted block, no bigger than a hat box. The officer inspects it with mild approval. Good enough for the gin, he mutters, already reaching for a bottle. The servant carries it off to the icebox, really just a clay-lined wooden chest hidden under a table in the kitchen. And here you see the core of it. The ice didn't make it here in perfect shape, not by a long shot. Of the 200 blocks shipped, perhaps 70 remain even partly intact. The rest turned to slush somewhere near Aden or Bombay. But those that survived, They're worth their weight in silver. A single cube in a cocktail at the European club, a chilled compress placed on a colonel's sunburned forehead, a rare spoonful of ice cream served at a Dutch-owned hotel to a child too sick to swallow warm broth. These are luxuries so fine, so absurd in this climate, that they border on the miraculous. But they're also fleeting, melting from the moment they touch the dock. And so, every shipment becomes a gamble. A test not just of supply and demand, but of how far cold can be stretched before it gives up the ghost. By the next morning the ice has already begun to vanish, some into glasses, some into buckets, but much of it into nothing at all. You return to the docks just in time to witness the unloading of the last crate, and it isn't pretty. The sawdust has turned to sludge. The crate sides are warped from moisture. When the labourers pry it open, what remains isn't a block, but a misshapen lump, half melted, half fractured, barely enough to fill a small basin. The dockmaster curses softly in Malay and waves it away. "Throw it in the sea," he mutters. "Can't sell that to a man with a title." But someone else steps in. A barefoot vendor in a frayed shirt, face worn and creased, offers a few coins and a quiet word. He takes the soggy block with care, wraps it in fresh banana leaves, and places it in a straw-lined basket on the back of his push-cart. You trail him as he weaves through the streets of Singapore, past spice stalls and opium dens, past temples and billiard halls, until he stops outside a row of wooden homes perched on stilts. A small crowd is already waiting, mothers with handkerchiefs, a child holding an empty bowl, a man with a bucket of fish. The vendor lifts the leaf, revealing what little ice remains. He doesn't sell it. He shares it. One shard is given to the boy, who presses it to his lips and closes his eyes. A flake is dropped into the fish bucket, slowing the inevitable. A palmful is wrapped in cloth and handed to a woman whose baby burns with fever. No one speaks much. No one needs to. This isn't trade. This is tenderness. You watch as the ice disappears, not with grandeur, but in soft gestures, passed from hand to hand, drop by drop, until the last fragment has melted into a shallow puddle at the base of the cart. And the vendor? He just nods, folds up the leaf and moves on. Later that day, in the office of the European Club, a frustrated clerk tallies the losses from the shipment. "Half melted before it even reached the godforsaken port," he complains, "and they want another order next month." He tosses the logbook aside, unaware that half the city has already made peace with the melt. Because here, the point isn't how much ice survives the voyage, it's what's done with the little that remains. In a place where heat reigns and time feels syrup thick, ice becomes more than cool relief. It becomes grace, unexpected, undeserved, gone too soon, and yet always remembered. As the day fades and the cicadas begin their slow, rising hum, you realise something else. This was never just a trade of goods. It was a trade of hope. Block by block, melt by melt. You find yourself in a drawing room in Bristol, seated across from a widow in a high-collared black dress, her hands folded neatly in her lap, a thin letter resting on the table beside her untouched cup of tea. The air is still, heavy. The curtains are drawn not for mourning but to keep out the heat. You can smell wilted roses on the sideboard, and somewhere behind the door a clock ticks faintly, marking each second like a drip of melting ice. "He was supposed to return in June," she says at last, voice brittle. "The ship left Boston in March. He oversaw the cargo personally." Her husband was a shipping agent, part owner of an ice fleet that supplied clients in Madras, Singapore and Hong Kong. This last journey was meant to be routine. He'd gone dozens of times before, always returned with ledgers full of profit and shoes still crusted in sawdust. But this time, the weather turned. The ship was delayed off the coast of Ceylon. Rumours of mechanical failure spread through the merchant circles. By the time a telegram arrived, it simply read, "Cargo compromised. Crew ashore. Captain gravely ill." No mention of her husband. You glance at the letter beside her, unopened. It arrived 2 days ago. She hasn't read it yet. "I already know what it says," she mutters, fingers trembling just slightly. "It says the cargo was lost. It says there's no insurance payout. It says I should take up the matter with the board. Her chin lifts a fraction. But they won't take responsibility. They never do. It'll be called a complication of heat. She offers a thin, sardonic smile. They never say it outright. But in this business, everyone knows. Melting is nobody's fault. You step into her husband's study, left as it was the day he departed. A globe, its paint faded, a stack of trade manifests, and pinned to the wall, a route chart tracing the ice fleet's journeys like arteries across the ocean. Red threads connect Maine to Madras, Boston to Bangkok. At the centre, a single pushpin in Bristol. You notice a smaller note scrawled on the corner of the chart. Delay, decay. You return to the parlour as the widow finally unfolds the letter. Her eyes scan quickly. She sighs. Storm off salon. Failed condenser. No recoverable stock. She lets it fall to the floor. The ice was gone before it reached the bay, and with it, the investment. You ask gently if she'll pursue legal recourse. She shakes her head. It would cost more than the blocks themselves, and the company already moved on. They'll send another man, another ship, another load of hope, vanishing into steam. Later, as you walk the streets of Bristol under a pale evening sky, you think about all the invisible cost behind a block of ice. The sailors, the delays, the calculations of melt per hour, per mile, per degree. What's remarkable isn't just that the ice made it, it's how often it didn't, and how little was said when it failed. In a business where the product dissolves by nature, loss becomes routine, almost polite. But in that drawing room, quiet, heavy, and slowly warming, the cost felt anything but. The next day, you ride a mail coach through the damp hills of Gloucestershire, passing villages where the ice trade is little more than a rumour. But as the wheels rattle over cobbled lanes and wooden bridges, you read the headlines in the local paper tucked beneath your arm. Ice fleet loss, shipments melted, owners blame weather. Below the title, a short paragraph confirms what the widow feared. The board has issued a statement. They cite unusual temperatures and tropical conditions and natural evaporation. The phrase act of God is used, as if sunlight were a surprise. No mention of the mist maintenance. No mention of the crew who had warned about the condenser valves. Just the melt. By the time you reach town, you stop into the local post office, where a second report is being read aloud by the clerk to a group of merchants. They scoff and mutter. Should have known better than to ship that far without guarantees, one laughs darkly. They treat ice like iron, forgetting it's a ghost in solid form. You slip away from the conversation and visit the home of another investor, a former naval officer who put part of his pension into the very fleet now being quietly dissolved. His sitting room smells of pipe smoke and dried lemon peel. He's already had the letter. Gone, he says. Just like that. Blocks that never touched a customer's hand. Water on a deck somewhere near Sumatra. You ask if he regrets the investment. No, he replies calmly. Only that we ever believed the ocean would cooperate. He taps the end of his cane against the hearth. Ice moves slowly on land. You can plan for that. But once it's on a ship, it's faith. You're not selling ice. You're selling the hope of arrival. It wasn't always this way. He opens a logbook and shows you earlier records, profits made from earlier voyages, dozens of successful deliveries to tropical ports. The golden years, he calls them, when the trade was still novel, the route still hungry for cold. But now, too many players, too many corners cut, and climate, always unpredictable, always the invisible partner. Before you leave, he hands you a small notebook. He kept notes, the man says, nodding toward a photo on the mantel. His son, a crewman on the same fleet as the widow's husband. Just sketches and temperatures. He used to write about how the hold smelled when the melt began, said it smelled like panic. You turn the pages later that night. Day 12, lost 6 blocks to improper stacking. Day 20, heat above forecast, condensation too heavy. Day 28, captain says it'll be fine, but I can hear the drip. That drip again. The sound that haunts every part of the trade, the slow, rhythmic surrender of ice to air, time and distance. The ice trade didn't fail because of greed or ignorance. It failed because it was built on a material that dies by its own nature. Even success meant loss. Even arrival meant melting. And in the end, no letter ever reported a perfect shipment. You close the notebook and place it beside the fire. A nearby glass of water glistens with condensation, a ring forming on the table below. The ghost of a block long vanished. You return to Boston now, far from the sweating ports and scorched alleys, to the tidy, orderly home of an aging ice merchant who built his fortune on frozen lakes and dusty ledgers. The house sits just outside the city, its shutters neat, its bricks even, its garden blooming in symmetrical beds. But inside, the parlour is dim and cool, curtains drawn to preserve what little chill remains from the night. He pours you a drink, water, with a single cloudy ice cube swirling at the bottom. You both watch it melt. You want to know where it went wrong, he says, setting the pitcher down. That's what they all come asking now, you nod. He gestures toward a stack of account books, spines cracked, margins filled with notes. It was never the harvesting. That part was art. You wait for the lake to thicken just so. You mark your grid. You cut at dawn so the sun doesn't weaken the lines. The men knew the rhythm. The horses knew it too. Ice cutting wasn't the problem. He picks up a ledger and flips through pages filled with looping script and cargo manifests. No, the trouble came later, when men stopped caring how the ice got there, when they just wanted more, cheaper, faster. That's when the sawdust got thinner. That's when they started shipping in crates that hadn't dried properly. That's when ice started arriving cloudy. He pauses, looking at the glass again. You ever see a block of ice split because someone packed it too tight? One crack, and it starts melting from the inside. Nothing to stop it. By the time you reach the port, it's a puddle with a crust. You glance at a painting on the wall, an idealised lake scene, workers in neat rows, horses waiting patiently by sleds. It looks clean, noble. But beneath the paint, you sense the weight of every compromise that came later. He leans back in his chair and tells you about the sawdust. We called it gold dust, he says, not because it was valuable, but because it hid everything. A cracked block, cover it in dust, a melt line forming, dust it deeper. Sometimes we sold nothing more than frozen lies, held together by splinters and hope. He doesn't say this with bitterness, only recognition. You flip through one of the ledgers. Beside a shipment destined for Havana, a faint pencil mark reads, "Repacked. Integrity questionable." Another note by a Madras shipment says, "Left port with full load, arrived with less than half. Blame shifted to deckhands." You ask if customers ever complained. He laughs. Of course. But who could prove anything? Ice is gone before the argument even starts. You walk with him to the back of the house, where an old storage shed still stands. Inside, the walls are lined with faded sacks that once held sawdust. In the corner, a rusted ice hook hangs like a retired sword. A single square of tin still marks where the block used to sit. Every week, he says, we chip a bit off for the house, for the milk, for the gin. He smiles faintly. Sometimes, just to hold it, just to feel something that was here and wouldn't be for long. You step back out into the afternoon sun, and behind you the door creaks shut on a room once filled with cold, now just filled with memory. You walk back toward Boston Harbour, where the story began, not with a grand announcement, but with quiet ambition. The docks are quieter now. The old ice barges, once so central to this city's heartbeat, are fewer each year. Machines hum in the distance, louder than the shouts of dock hands. Somewhere behind a brick warehouse, you hear the hissing breath of a refrigeration compressor. But before you leave, you visit one last house, one far grander than the ice merchant's. A brick mansion perched on Beacon Hill, its windows tall and its drawing rooms flooded with filtered light. The butler greets you with precision, and you're escorted through the halls to a long dining room set with polished silver and bone china. In the corner stands an icebox, modern by any standard. Brass handles, double insulation. The block inside is clean, almost too perfect. Imported, perhaps, or machine-made. The housekeeper explains how they still receive natural ice. For the charm. It's brought in twice a week from a supplier in Maine, shaved, shaped, and slid neatly into the back compartment. She doesn't mention that a mechanical refrigerator hums quietly 2 floors down, powering the wine cellar and cooling the meats. This box is symbolic now, a vestige, and yet the family still insists. It's tradition, she says. The lady of the house likes to tell guests that her ice comes from the same lakes as her great-grandmother's. You smile politely. You've seen the path that ice took to get here. The rivers and roads, the barges and buoys, the cracked crates and unpaid sailors. You wonder what that great-grandmother would think of this polished heirloom, humming with cold made by flame and pressure instead of wind and snow. Later you step outside and pass a grocer unpacking mechanical coolers from a wagon. He waves at you with a grin, holding up a small wrapped unit. Doesn't melt, he says. Not until you say so. There it is, the dream of total control. Cold on command, chill without risk, no sawdust, no guessing, no dripping blocks sweating secrets into the floor. But in another corner of the city, you stumble upon one of the last true ice warehouses. Stone walls, a slanted roof, and an air inside that hits your face like January. The foreman lets you in with a shrug. Not much left to see, he says. We rent space now for specialty orders, restaurants, hotels, a few old families, weddings, if they're rich enough. He pauses. Some just want it for the sound. You look confused. He leads you to the storage room where a man is chipping a block for delivery. With each strike, the ice sings, a deep, hollow chime, like glass caught in a cathedral bell. The foreman smiles. See? That sound. You can't fake it. Machine ice is too dense. This stuff rings. You close your eyes and listen. The echo fills the space around you, eerie and ancient. A song that once echoed in every kitchen, every cart, every cellar and ship. You realize then what made the ice trade so strange, so human. It was built on something vanishing, a product that didn't last, a business that relied on moving faster than time itself. Now, the world no longer waits. It doesn't melt. It hums. But somewhere in the back rooms of Boston, the last echoes of the old trade still ring out, clear, cold, and fading. You wake before dawn to follow the tracks, literal ones, stretching from the icy lakes of New England down toward the booming cities of the mid-Atlantic. These are not passenger lines or scenic routes. These are ice trains, freight wagons groaning under the weight of blocks so carefully packed you'd think they were carrying glass. You're standing in a small town rail yard where a locomotive puffs fog into the crisp morning air. A crew is already at work, hoisting crates, checking fastenings, brushing sawdust into cracks like apothecaries treating a wound. There's urgency in the air. The sun hasn't even breached the trees, and yet time already feels like it's slipping. The foreman waves you over and lifts a tarp. Beneath it, 50 blocks stacked like glistening bricks, separated by thin layers of straw and pine. The corners are chamfered, the surfaces squared. Each one is heavy enough to bruise a foot, light enough for 2 men to wrestle it into place, and all of them destined for people who will never see the lake it came from. You step onto the rail car and feel the faint vibration of the engine waking. The men around you speak in clipped phrases, part code, part ritual. Pack tight but don't press. No contact on corner 3. Check the top melt. This is not mere cargo. This is a race against physics. The whistle blows once, then twice, and with a shudder, you're off. The journey south is a test. The sun climbs higher. The temperature inches up. Each hour is a quiet gamble. How long will the insulation hold? Will the sawdust shift? Did the crates get sealed well back at the ice house? One man passes around a small tin of tobacco and tells you about a shipment that never made it past New Haven. Whole lot turned to soup, summer train, new guy packed him with hay instead of dust. He spits, shakes his head. Might as well have sent them blocks on fire. He's not exaggerating. Ice loss in transit was one of the biggest threats to the industry. Sometimes as much as 30% of a load would melt before reaching its destination. That's why they sent more than needed. Every journey was built on sacrifice. A little ice must die so the rest can arrive. As you ride farther south, past Hartford and toward New York, the landscape changes. Red brick towns turn to sootier skylines. The railcar grows hotter. You hear soft cracks from inside the cargo, expansion, tension, warning. The men press their palms against the crates and nod silently. Somewhere past Bridgeport you see one of the crew slip a long thermometer into a crate and wait. He pulls it out, scowls. "We'll make it," he mutters, "but just barely." By the time you pull into the receiving station outside Manhattan, the blocks are sweating. Beads of water run like tears along the edges, but most are still solid. The math worked. Just enough cold to survive. Men swarm the train like ants, pulling crates onto wagons and rolling them toward businesses, restaurants, factories. Each delivery marks another quiet victory over entropy. No applause, no celebration, just survival. For now. The foreman claps your shoulder. "We don't just move ice," he says, "we move winter." And you step off the train, your boots crunching on fresh sawdust left behind like breadcrumbs. Later that afternoon, you follow one of those ice wagons into the depths of Manhattan. The city pulses with summer heat. Horses sweat against their harnesses. Shopkeepers throw open their windows. And yet inside certain buildings, behind velvet curtains and marble counters, something astonishing waits. Cold. The wagon stops at a butcher's shop on Mulberry Street. You help the delivery man carry a half-melted block through the alley, past crates of salted pork, and into a cellar where the walls are lined with dripping bricks. This is one of the earliest cold rooms in the city, not a refrigerator. A room made cold by sheer effort. The butcher gives you a nod and a sliver of meat. "This right here," he says, patting the block, "is why I'm not selling spoiled flesh to the Irish." You don't quite know how to respond. Upstairs, customers haggle over chops, never realizing how delicate the balance is beneath their feet. If that ice block had failed to arrive, the entire inventory might have turned by morning. Even a few hours' delay could spell disaster. You continue your journey to an upscale hotel where another delivery arrives at the service entrance. This block is destined not for meat but for elegance. The icebox of a guest suite on the 3rd floor. A footman guides it through narrow corridors, careful not to scratch the wallpaper. In the room, a woman in silks nods approvingly as the box is restocked. "French cheese," she says, not looking up. "And milk from the Catskills. It must be kept at precisely the right chill." You watch as the block is slid into the chamber, the door latched shut. The ice won't last the week, of course. But for now, it creates a pocket of cool luxury in a city baking under July sun. Your final stop is more surprising. A morgue. Here, the ice isn't about comfort or food. It's about stillness, preservation, dignity. The attendant explains that the bodies must be kept cool until arrangements are made. He lifts a cloth, revealing a wooden slab packed with chipped ice. A man lies there, serene in the artificial winter. "You'd be surprised," the attendant murmurs. "Sometimes it's the only piece they get." You leave with a strange heaviness. The same block of ice you realize can touch every corner of life, from banquets to burials. It's both mundane and profound, something to slip into a drink or to cradle the dead. Back on the street you pause at a newsstand. The headlines talk of machines, of experiments with gas compression, of cooling coils and self-contained units. One article shows a drawing of a kitchen without an icebox at all. You fold the paper and tuck it away. Not yet. For now, the city still runs on ice, and the men who ride those rails still chase winter across the seasons, one sweating block at a time. You hear the rumble of another train in the distance. They're already on the way. You arrive just in time to witness a miracle, or rather a marketing stunt disguised as one. It's a sweltering August afternoon in Savannah, Georgia. The air hangs heavy with the scent of magnolia and sweat, and the streets shimmer beneath the sun. A crowd gathers near the harbour, murmuring and fanning themselves with handkerchiefs. They're not here for a speech or a sermon. They're here for a shipment. A tugboat approaches. hauling a barge stacked with crates. On its side, in bold painted letters, are two words that feel almost impossible out here: Boston Ice. You feel the buzz ripple through the crowd. The heat has become so oppressive that the very idea of ice feels like a fantasy, a whispered promise of winter in the middle of summer. Children perch on their fathers' shoulders. Women lift their skirts to catch the sea breeze. The mayor himself is waiting with a silver scoop in hand, and then it begins. One crate is opened ceremoniously. Sawdust spills onto the dock like golden chaff. A gleaming block of ice is pulled out, still solid, still cold, still, miraculously, whole. A cheer erupts. The mayor chips a sliver, drops it into a glass of sweet tea and raises it aloft. Boston winter, he proclaims, delivered right to our lips. You take a sip from your own glass, handed to you by a boy in suspenders. The tea chills instantly, and for a moment, time slows. The sun still blazes, the air still swelters, but something in your bones shifts. You feel the north. This is no accident. Ice entrepreneurs have discovered that publicity is as important as insulation. In cities like Savannah, Charleston, and New Orleans, ice arrivals are orchestrated like parades. Banners wave. Free samples are handed out. Sometimes a shaved ice cart is rolled through the crowd, turning blocks into pastel slush flavoured with syrup and nostalgia. It's not just about cooling drinks, it's about selling a sensation. One local grocer, smelling opportunity, positions himself next to the display with a sign: "Pre-order your ice today, 5 cents a pound, delivery by dawn." Behind the spectacle, logistics creak. Half the shipment is likely half melted. The dock workers wince as they lift dripping crates. But that doesn't matter. The stunt has worked. Word of mouth spreads faster than any advertisement. By nightfall, a dozen families have paid to have their own tiny slice of Boston delivered in sawdust. You find yourself walking past back alleys where men sneak chips of ice into clay jars, past boarding houses where someone holds an ice cube to her cheek and giggles like she's touched a snowflake, past a preacher who calls it God's cool mercy in a wickedly hot land, and all from a block that began its life on a frozen New England pond months and miles away. You realise now, the ice trade isn't just logistics, it's theatre, illusion, promise. A cold trick played on a hot world, and it's working. But not every performance ends with applause. The next morning you ride along with a delivery man navigating Savannah's narrow streets in a cart lined with straw and leaking water. The illusion of endless ice is already cracking. Yesterday's cheers have faded into today's logistics. Tricky addresses, missed houses, blocks chipped down to half their size. You stop first at a grand house near Forsyth Park. The servant who opens the door frowns at the slushy remains in the cart. "It's barely a brick," she mutters. "The master won't like it." She haggles over the price, claiming the weight's off, and finally tosses a few coins with visible irritation. The deliveryman sighs and wipes his brow. "Still better than nothing," he says. The next stop is a tenement in a poorer part of town. There's no livery here, no polished brass handles, just peeling shutters and laundry flapping overhead. The woman who greets you has a baby on her hip and dark circles under her eyes. "I saved a few cents," she says, "just enough for a small block." The man lifts a chunk no bigger than a fist, wraps it in cloth, and hands it over like it's made of gold. She clutches it gratefully and ducks back inside. You pause, listening. Inside, you hear the soft gasp of the baby. Then laughter, a splash, a sigh of relief. In this place, a palm of ice is not a novelty, it's survival. By midday, the cart is nearly empty, and the heat has grown unbearable. The delivery man finally pulls into a shaded alley and rests. You sit beside him as he opens his last ration. A small flask. Not liquor, not tea, cold water. "It's melted ice," he explains. "Tastes better than anything else in this city." He hands it to you. It's sweet, clean, and, above all, cool. You close your eyes and let it linger on your tongue. He tells you stories then, of children licking icicles like candy, of one bride who insisted her wedding cake be stored with ice all the way from New York, of a man who kept a sliver of last winter's ice under glass just to remember how it felt, and of failures, entire shipments lost to storms, corrupt agents who sold off the best blocks before they reached their destination, wagons that toppled in the mud. Still, they kept going, because even when the block shrank to puddles, the idea of cold remained strong enough to chase. You walk back through the city as twilight falls. The bars hum with voices, the porches glow with lanterns, and from a kitchen window you hear the soft chink of ice against glass. Just once, just enough. And in that sound you hear everything. The hope, the exhaustion, the absurd brilliance of a trade built on something destined to vanish. Because ice isn't meant to last, but sometimes it stays with you anyway. You head west, not to Boston or New York this time, but to the dry, dusty frontier where ice isn't just a luxury, it's a miracle. You step off the train in San Francisco in the 1870s, and the moment the air hits your face, you realize the problem. It's not just warm, it's bone dry and relentlessly sun-baked. No frozen lakes, no wintry ponds, and certainly no snowpack cellars in the backyard. Yet somehow there's ice. You walk past saloons with chilled beer, fishmongers displaying glistening catch hauled in from the Pacific, resting on icy beds, and even a boarding house where a woman offers you iced lemonade, the glass beaded with cold sweat like a pearl in her hand. You stare. How? You finally ask. She grins. Alaska, sweetheart. And just like that, you're chasing a new origin. At the harbour, you spot the ships, lumbering vessels packed with insulated holds, arriving every few weeks with their cargo not of gold or goods, but tons of ice hacked from the glaciers of Sitka. The blocks are enormous, some as large as trunks, and stacked like crystal coffins in sawdust and burlap. Men bark orders as they're hoisted onto carts and rolled through the hills of early San Francisco, their paths leaving glistening trails that vanish before your eyes. It's an entirely different operation from the New England trade. Here the routes are longer, the risk higher, and the competition stiffer. For every block that survives the journey, another melts into useless puddles at sea. You hear stories of ships rerouted by storms, of ice arriving fused into giant unusable lumps, of dock workers fighting over deliveries because they were promised too much. But none of it stops the demand. Inside a bustling fish market near Market Street, you see a man carving thin flakes from a glacial block onto oysters. Keeps them alive, he says, voice thick with accent. No ice, no oyster. You want to sell fish in California? You bring winter with you. The idea startles you, transporting winter to a place that's never known it. You picture the effort, the expense, the sheer defiance of it. And yet here it is, in barrels, cellars, hotel kitchens, hiding in plain sight like contraband from another season. What's stranger is how quickly people forget where it comes from. You ask one man, sipping an iced coffee in a cafe near Powell Street, if he knows where the ice came from. He shrugs. I don't know. The store, I guess. And there it is, the ultimate success of the trade. When people stop marvelling and start expecting. When ice becomes invisible, even while it's the most fragile miracle in the room. You run your hand along a melting block, watching the droplets pool. The Pacific glimmers in the distance. Somewhere out there, another ship is hauling its frozen cargo toward this heat-blasted city, and no one's waiting on the dock to cheer anymore. They're just waiting for their drinks to stay cold. By now, you're noticing a pattern. No matter where you go, no matter how far from snow and frost, people have found ways to carve out cold from the edge of the impossible, and nowhere is that more dramatic than in the desert. You leave San Francisco and travel inland, across the Golden Hills through parched valleys, until you reach a small outpost outside Tucson. The heat here is so dry it cracks your lips and warps the wooden rails of the depot. Shade is a rumour, and water feels like luxury. Yet as you step inside the local saloon, the barkeep slides you a glass of sarsaparilla over the counter, and in it, a sliver of ice. You blink. You ask again, "Where's this from?" He lifts a shoulder. "Iceman brought it in 2 days ago. came all the way from Colorado. You laugh, thinking it's a joke. But he doesn't smile. It turns out, in this strange corner of the American frontier, men are hauling blocks of mountain ice hundreds of miles by mule train. Packed in straw, canvas and hope, the ice journeys through rugged passes, scorched trails and lawless stretches of wilderness. One wrong move, and the block's gone before it's halfway delivered. You ride along with one of the haulers the next day. His wagon creaks with every turn, and sweat drips from his brow before the sun even peaks. He checks the burlap constantly, adjusting the tarps, touching the blocks with the back of his hand to guess how much time he has left. There are no guarantees out here. Every delivery is a gamble. At one rest stop, he opens a crate to reveal what's left of the top block. Cracked, weeping, already slushy around the edges. Lost a third on the way, he mutters. Still enough to make the doctor happy. You ask why a doctor wants it. Surgery, keeps the knives clean, helps numb the pain. He looks at you sideways. When you live out here, cold becomes medicine. It sticks with you, that phrase. Cold as medicine. Because in these far-flung settlements, ice isn't just a luxury anymore. It's survival. It preserves food when there's no cellar. It eases fevers when no nurse is around. It keeps a newborn's milk safe for another day. In one town, you hear of a man who used his last coin to buy ice for his mother's soup, just to keep her cool during a heat wave. She lived another week. He called it his miracle. You pass a tent settlement where one enterprising woman has set up a cool room dug into the hillside, where ice blocks are stacked between stone walls and linen curtains flutter at the entrance. She charges a nickel for 5 minutes inside. You step in, and it's like walking into a cave carved out of January. People sit on wooden benches, eyes closed, hands to their faces, breathing in the brief, delicious cold. No one speaks. There's nothing to say. It's a pause in the heat, a stolen breath of winter. And as you leave, you realize you're witnessing a world where people will move heaven and earth just to feel a breeze. Back in the east, the world is shifting. The old ice barons who once ruled the trade with frozen ponds and daring shipments are starting to feel something new, something mechanical humming quietly beneath the surface. You hear whispers of machines that can make ice without a winter. No lakes, no sawdust, no sailing halfway across the globe. At first, the idea feels absurd. How can you create cold out of thin air? But then you walk into a meatpacking plant in Chicago, and you see it. A metal box, squat and sweating. Tubes winding like intestines. A churning sound that seems to echo from another dimension. A man in oil-stained overalls watches dials and cranks a lever, and out slides a block of ice, as clean and perfect as if it had been pulled from the heart of a lake. "You're making ice?" you ask, blinking. He nods. 10 tons a day, and that's just one machine. You run your fingers along the fresh surface. It's cold, truly cold. Colder than the blocks you saw melting in Georgia, or the ones dragged through the Arizona dust. There's no straw clinging to it, no speck of mud, just clean, solid, humming cold. The man explains how it works, though most of it washes over you like steam. Compression, ammonia coils, evaporative cooling. You nod, pretending to understand. What matters is the outcome. Ice. On demand. And suddenly, it's not something seasonal anymore. It's no longer tied to the whims of weather or the strength of mules or the timing of ships. It's here, whenever you want it. You follow one of the blocks as it's loaded onto a cart and wheeled into the city. It disappears into a restaurant's back door. Another is hauled into a hospital. Another into a bar. It's seamless, unannounced. The ice just arrives. You notice the faces of the delivery boys. They're not sweating. They're not scowling. They're not guarding precious cargo like it's made of diamonds. This is routine now. The miracle has become mundane. And the old ice houses, they're fading. You ride past one on the edge of town, a looming wooden relic, its paint peeling, its roof slumping inward. A few boys throw stones at the side, laughing as it echoes. No one guards it anymore. No one fears its theft. There's no reason to. Later, in a hotel lounge, You overhear a man from Boston complain. "We used to sell to half the South. Now they're all making their own," he spits into his glass. "Where's the dignity in that?" But even he knows, this change isn't just coming, it's already here. You walk the streets that evening, watching as ice glides from machine to cart to table with no ceremony. You remember the ice auctions, the shipwrecks, the desert miracles, and now in a single whirring metal box, all of that has been replaced. The future has a faint smell of ammonia and oil, and the past is melting, one block at a time. You linger in the twilight of the trade, watching it quietly collapse beneath its own weight. Not with a bang, but a slow drip. The men who once carved fortunes from frozen ponds now hold crumpled contracts in trembling hands. One retired merchant sits on a Boston dock with his cane staring out at an empty harbour. "Used to be 20 schooners here by this hour," he mutters, "all loaded with ice. Now, just gulls and ghosts." His son runs a small bottling plant now, powered by one of those new ammonia coils. No sense chasing rivers, the son tells you. The cold comes to us now. You can't help but feel a pang. After everything, the night harvesting, the daring shipments, the bribes at customs, the elaborate sawdust insulation tricks, it all ends like this, with the flick of a switch. But change has no sentiment. You walk into a London hotel and find a hidden chamber behind the scullery, humming with frost. They call it a cold room now. No more ice boxes with daily deliveries. Just walls lined with cool metal, humming night and day, keeping cream fresh and meat safe. One maid tells you she hasn't seen the Iceman in weeks. "Don't miss him," she says with a grin. "He always tracked mud into the hallway." And she's not the only one adjusting. In Paris, a chef brags about his machine-made ice being clearer, colder and better for sorbet. In Sydney, a pharmacist shows you chilled medicine cabinets that keep vials stable without needing a daily top-up of slush. The world is adapting, fast, as if it had been waiting all along. But then, somewhere in Vermont, you find an old general store that still gets its ice from a nearby lake. The owner, a weathered man with a beard like moss, lugs out a cube so thick it sings when you knock it. "Still believe in seasons," he says, placing it in a wooden chest. "Makes you respect time. Machines don't teach that." He pours you a lemonade, icy and sharp. For a moment you taste everything that came before: Norwegian fjords, tropical warehouses, the crack of a frozen axe in the pre-dawn dark. The moment passes. Later, in New York, you read the obituary of a man who once organised the first transatlantic shipment of ice. The paper calls him a pioneer of cold, though his name has already begun to fade. His legacy, buried under a new tide of steel and science. You pass by one of the last surviving ice houses being torn down. Kids peek inside before the wrecking ball swings, hoping to see something mysterious. One boy shouts, "It smells like winter in there!" You smile, because he's right. For a century, these places bottled winter. They caught fleeting frost and held it in wooden ribs. They bridged continents with silence and steam, and offered summer its first breath of relief. And now, that breath comes from a wire, a motor, a hum in the wall. You stand still and listen. Somewhere deep behind the city noise you hear that hum. It's soft, it's steady, it's forever. You wake before sunrise in a quiet boarding house just outside Philadelphia. The air is still, thick with summer, and already you can feel the heaviness of the day ahead. But your room is cool, not from a block of melting lake ice nestled in a metal box, but from something unseen. A quiet hum in the wall, a coldness that doesn't sweat, doesn't drip, doesn't fade. Downstairs, the landlady pours you a cup of tea and gestures toward the small humming unit by the pantry. "That thing's a miracle," she says. "Never have to chase the Iceman again." You nod. But as you sip, you can't help thinking about all the people who once did. The farmers who watched for the first thin glaze across their ponds. The cutters who rose before dawn, trusting the ice beneath their feet not to crack. The horses that hauled ton after ton to creaking storage barns. And the ships. Oh, the ships. You remember standing on the deck of one, your boots slick with frost, as men swung giant tongs and wedged blocks into tight sawdust-lined stacks. The creak of timber, the roll of the Atlantic, and the strange smell of cold and salt and wood all mingling in the hold. That wasn't just cargo. That was winter, captured, wrapped, and sent thousands of miles to places that had never known it. Now, you step into a grocer's shop and see a refrigerator humming in the corner. You open the door and feel the cold hit your skin like a soft slap. Inside, glass bottles of milk glisten. Butter rests unbothered. Chopped greens look as fresh as the day they were picked. The storekeeper notices you staring. "Used to pay the ice boy every other morning," he says. "Now I just pay the bill once a month, don't miss the mess." But something inside you does. You walk the streets, noticing how quiet it all is now. The chaos is gone. No more dripping carts, no more puddles by the door, no more panicked cries of "shut the lid, quick!" when the ice started to slide. The cold is everywhere now, but it's invisible. It hums behind the walls, behind the market stalls, behind the barroom doors. In one alley you spot the remnants of an old wooden sign. "Ice sold here." Faded. Forgotten. It strikes you then how this story isn't just about ice. It's about effort, about labour, about entire worlds built around the impossible idea of keeping things cold in a hot world. You stop by a museum that's just opened a new exhibit. Before the fridge, a century of ice. There, behind glass, sits a rusted pair of iron tongs, a wooden-handled saw, a faded shipping invoice from Havana. Kids pass by the display with mild curiosity. One asks, "Why didn't they just plug it in?" You chuckle softly, because they couldn't. Because before the cold came from a switch, it came from men who gambled with nature, who watched the weather like a banker watches the market, who sweated for every degree below freezing. And as the exhibit loops a grainy film reel of ice blocks sliding down ramps into wagons, you realise something else. None of it was wasted. You leave the museum just as dusk settles, the summer sky stained with lavender and bronze. There's something poetic about the evening air. Thick, yes, but somehow gentler now that you've spent the day walking through memories of frost. You stroll past the river where, once upon a time, teams would race to cut the ice before it grew too thick or too thin. The banks are calm tonight. Not a single cart, not a horse's hoof, not even a scrap of sawdust remains. Just the quiet trickle of water and a warm breeze curling past your sleeves. But if you close your eyes, you can almost hear it. The scrape of the handsaw, the echo of shouted measurements, the grunt of shoulders heaving ice into a waiting sleigh. All of it packed into the bones of the place, if not the surface. At the corner, you pass an old ice house now turned into a trendy cafe. The beams are still there, thick, pine, stained with time. But instead of sawdust, the floors are polished. Instead of ice, there's espresso. A sign on the wall reads, "Chill here since 1856. You chuckle. At least someone remembers. You sit at a table outside with a cold drink that came from a modern freezer. It's crystalline, flawless, but somehow a little too perfect. The old ice had character. It cracked, it sweat, it groaned like it was alive. This is silence in a glass. You think back to the Norwegian mountains and the great ships bound for India, to the engineers sketching blueprints for ammonia machines in smoky basements, to the last block of natural ice carried by hand into a kitchen on a hot day. Every one of those moments built this world of invisible cold. You realise now, it wasn't the ice itself that mattered. It was the sheer human will behind it. The will to carve winter from nature's grip, to sail it across oceans, to preserve sweetness in the heat, to master time by mastering temperature. And even if today's cold hums quietly behind our walls, untouched by saw or sleigh or season, the spirit of the trade survives, in every chilled lemon slice, in every quiet humming fridge, in every ice cube that clinks into a glass. You look up at the stars, your glass beading with condensation, and whisper a silent thank you to the men who once carved glaciers with their bare hands. You owe more to them than you think. And now, as the night deepens around you, Let your breath settle. The chill of the story still lingers, like the last breeze slipping from an old icehouse door. You've travelled through frozen lakes and thunderous docks, creaking wagons and humming machines. You've followed the trail of ice, not just across continents, but across time. The Victorian world tried to harness winter, to bottle up a season and make it serve their needs. And somehow they did. Through sweat, through ingenuity, through sheer stubbornness. And though the ice melted, the legacy never did. So now, in your own quiet room, with the soft hum of modern comfort around you, give yourself permission to rest. You don't have to lift tongs or watch the skies. You don't have to measure the thickness of pond ice or race to load a barge. Tonight, the cold will come to you, gentle, effortless, unseen. Let your hands go still. Let your thoughts drift back to the Norway lakes, the dusty roads of Georgia, the frost-covered ship decks in Bombay. Let the memory of them fade slowly like breath on a window pane, and as the last ice melts in the glass beside your bed, close your eyes. The world is quiet, the cold is kind, and you are home. Hey guys, tonight we step into a world that rarely made it into history books. A world of steam, cloth, ash, and quiet determination. You're waking up in a medieval cottage, tucked beneath a linen blanket that smells faintly of smoke and wool. It's still dim outside. The hearth has gone cold. Your bedmate, possibly your sister, cousin, or even a visiting widow stirs beside you. You try not to wake her. The straw beneath the mattress crinkles as you slip your feet into worn woolen hose. The stones on the floor are freezing. No one talks about this part of medieval life. They speak of kings, crusades, or castles, but not of the small daily ritual you're about to perform. Washing your face with no soap, no sink, no mirror, just a bucket of cold well water and a worn rag. You kneel beside the basin, if your family's lucky enough to have one. If not, it's just a wooden pail tucked near the door. The water inside is from yesterday. It smells slightly of iron and dirt. You dip a cloth in, squeeze it out, and wipe your face with practiced motion. The cloth is coarse, linen reused too many times. Still, it works. Sometimes, if your family has connections to a local tanner or butcher, there might be a pinch of fat-based lye soap nearby. It's harsh and gritty. Too much will strip your skin raw. Instead, many women save cooled ash from the hearth. Ash mixed with water makes a mild alkali, gentler on skin than lye soap. You smear a fingertip's worth over your cheeks, then rinse with a quick splash of that icy water. There's no privacy, no bathroom door. If you're lucky, the men have gone to tend the animals, and the little ones are still snoring under the wool pile in the corner. But most mornings someone walks past you as you crouch over the bucket, and no one bats an eye. And don't expect a mirror to check your reflection. Those are rare, expensive, and usually made of polished metal that distorts your face like a funhouse. You rely on touch, fingers smoothing over skin to feel for grime or sleep crusts near the eyes. You tie your hair back without seeing it. You hope yesterday's braid still holds. What about those days when you're ill or the water's frozen over in the bucket? Then your cloth gets dipped in a mug of ale or warm broth, or sometimes rubbed with a bit of vinegar if there's a whiff you want gone. Harsh? Yes, but effective. You won't believe this, but some well-to-do women even used old wine to wipe their face, especially in southern Europe. The acidity helped exfoliate, and the scent masked other less pleasant smells. Meanwhile, women in colder regions sometimes used melted snow, scooped hastily into their hands, numb fingers patting down tired eyes. All right, before you get too cozy, go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe, but only if your heart says yes. And hey, while you're here, drop your local time and where you're listening from. I always love seeing where this little community is tuning in from. Dim the lights, get that fan going for some background vibes, and let's chill into tonight's little adventure. Now, back to your morning. You wrap the damp cloth back into the windowsill nook where it dries stiff by midday. You blink at the grey sky, tie a headband over your ears, and shiver in silence. The day hasn't even begun, but you've already done something brave. You've washed your face in a time and place that made even that small act an act of effort. And you haven't even touched your teeth yet. You stretch your jaw, rub your cheeks, and reach for a tiny pouch tied to your belt. It jingles slightly, not with coins, but with herbs and coarse powder. Your tooth dust. There are no toothbrushes in sight. Instead, you lift a finger, dip it into the powder, and begin to rub it along your teeth and gums. What's in the mix? Depends on what you could gather or barter. Most women use crushed sage, dried mint, and a pinch of salt. If you're lucky, there's powdered charcoal from last week's hearth fire. Some women even grind oyster shells or burnt bread crusts for extra grit, but your gums still ache from the last time you tried that. Your breath? Not great, but that's not the goal. You're after a mouth that doesn't fester. Infections are a quiet killer here, so you keep scrubbing. You spit into the straw at your feet and rinse with a swig of water, or ale if it's too cold to go back outside for more. And just like that, your face is washed, your teeth are scrubbed, and you haven't even left the room. This is the start of almost every day of your life. There's no fragrance of lavender soap, no foggy mirror with a light ring. The smell of the room is a mixture of wool, smoke, old wood, and, if someone was ill overnight, a faint acidic tang that settles into the corners. You grow used to it. You can even tell who's awake by the creaks in the floorboards or the rhythm of coughs. As you fold your cloth and tuck the tooth dust away, you spot your neighbour through the gap in the shuttered window. She's already outside, arms bare, scrubbing something at the well. Her face is red from cold and the cloth in her hand is steaming slightly. You wonder if her soap is better than yours. Some noble households, if they're rich enough, import soap from Castile or Venice, olive oil based, smooth, even fragrant. You've heard of it, maybe seen it once in the manor kitchen when you were delivering bread. But for you, soap is made at home, lye from ashes, mixed with leftover grease from the kitchen, boiled down into thick paste, poured into a wooden mould and left to cure in the pantry. It stings if you use it fresh. It burns if you get the ratio wrong. And still, it's better than nothing. The women in your family have passed these rituals down like secret recipes. Your mother taught you how to make ash paste that doesn't scorch your skin. Your grandmother once showed you how to brew a rosemary rinse, boiled until the water turned dark and sharp-smelling. You've used it not just on your skin, but on your underclothes, your bedding, even your boots. Some say women in the north rarely wash at all in winter. That's nonsense. You don't have the luxury of not washing. It may not be a bath in the modern sense, but cloth and water touch your skin every single day. Sometimes with soap, sometimes with herbs, sometimes with just heat from the fire and a handful of clean snow. And sometimes, when things are truly bad, you rub your hands with vinegar, say a quiet prayer, and press on. You glance back at the hearth. A wisp of smoke rises from the dying embers. You toss in a few twigs and wait for the warmth to return. There's a long day ahead. Washing clothes, tending to the animals, maybe even helping mend someone's infected foot if the herbalist is away. And through it all, you'll carry the scent of ash, cloth, and cold morning air. You've survived the first hour of your day, and in this world that's already something to be proud of. The hearth finally crackles to life, but there's no time to linger. You wrap your shawl tighter and head out into the chill. The ground is damp, the kind of wetness that seeps into the soles of your boots and doesn't leave until midsummer. You follow the muddy path to the yard where the water pail rests under a slanted wooden cover. You check for ice. Just a thin film today, easy enough to crack with a knuckle. This water is for more than your face. It's shared between your family for drinking, cooking and washing. And now, for your morning ablutions. The rules are simple: face, hands, armpits if time allows. Everything else waits for bath day, if there is one. You scoop a little water into a chipped bowl and strip your outer layer down to your shift. Your breath clouds in front of your face. You've done this dance hundreds of times. Wet the cloth, scrub under your arms, down your neck, behind your ears, all in quick strokes. The water's cold enough to sting. You grit your teeth and keep moving. If you're lucky, no one's watching. But in truth, no one cares. Women bathe together in this world, not out of comfort, but necessity. Inside the cottage, others are rising. The sounds of coughing, fire poking, and early footsteps on wood mix with chickens clucking outside. It's not a quiet life. You've grown used to bathing in plain view, next to sisters, aunts, cousins. Modesty isn't about hiding. It's about knowing when not to look too closely. You dry off with a woolen scrap and hang the cloth on a hook to dry, stiff and scratchy by noon. There's no towel as you'd recognise it, just repurposed linen rags, once part of a tunic, now serving a humbler role. Still, they do their job. As you shift your weight to one leg and rub your arms for warmth, you glance at your fingernails. Dirt's already gathered there from kindling the fire and helping the chickens. You could scrape it out with a bone pick if you had time, but you probably won't. Nails are practical things here. No one expects them to gleam. By the door, someone's laid out the washing pot, the one reserved for warming water when someone is ill. It's been cleaned with soapwort and vinegar, and the faint scent makes your eyes water. You'll use it later to wash your shift if the weather holds, but only if. Now, it's time for the most intimate part of the routine, tending to your underthings, or rather their absence. In much of medieval Europe, most women didn't wear underwear as we know it. There might be a shift, a chemise, maybe an extra layer of wool in winter, but no drawers, no bloomers, no lace-trimmed nothings. Those wouldn't come for centuries. What you have is practical. A long linen shift that acts as the barrier between your skin and the heavy woolen gown. It absorbs sweat, catches body oils, and, if you're unlucky, lice. The shift is your first and last line of hygiene, and it rarely gets washed more than once a week, if that. Still, today you check it carefully. You sniff the underarms, press your fingers against the hem. It's manageable. You rub a little dried thyme into the seams. It helps more than you'd think. It's easy to forget how much labour goes into staying clean when water is a luxury and soap is a project. And yet, you do it. Because no matter your station, maid, mother, midwife, you carry yourself through each morning ritual with quiet pride. Because even in the chill and muck and noise, you believe in starting the day fresh. You pull your shift down over your hips and reach for your overdress. The fabric is thick wool, coarse, faded in parts, and heavy with dampness from the week's fog. It doesn't smell fresh exactly, but it doesn't smell foul either. That's what counts. You tug it over your head with a practiced motion, wincing slightly as it pulls at the braid you never quite finished retying. Lacing the front takes time. If you had a sister or daughter nearby, she'd help you, tightening the cord so the fabric hugs your torso. Alone, you make do, fingers fumbling, breath puffing. This dress has been repaired half a dozen times, patches under the arms and a tear near the hem where it caught on a loose nail last winter. But it still serves, and that's enough. You pause to tuck a sachet into your bodice, just a scrap of linen filled with dried lavender and rosemary. Not perfume, just insurance. In crowded markets or long walks to the abbey, it helps mask the sour scent of sweat. Everyone carries something like it. A cloth tied to a belt, a pouch of herbs sewn into a sleeve. It's one of those unspoken parts of being a woman. Back inside, your youngest cousin has taken your place at the water pail. She's barely 12, still learning to hold her cloth without spilling half the bucket. You don't scold her. You just nod, and she grins through chattering teeth. She's wearing her older sister's shift, sleeves too long, dragging through the mud. Your aunt mutters something about heating stones to warm water for the baby. You glance at the hearth. There's barely enough wood for cooking, let alone washing, so someone will go out back to gather branches, stepping around the muck and geese. The baby will get her warm rinse, eventually. Washing in this world isn't separate from life. It's threaded into every other task. Cleaning your face happens while the stew simmers, scrubbing a shift. While you wait for the bread to rise, there are no self-care days, only stolen moments of quiet cloth and breath. A neighbour arrives with a pot of broth. Her husband's fever broke last night, and she's brought the leftovers. She smells of wood smoke and tallow, and her hands are stained from peeling bark to make infusions. You offer her your stool and let her warm herself. She pulls back her hood, revealing a headscarf so stiff with salt it could stand on its own. She hasn't had time to rinse it since autumn. She laughs when you ask about her soap supply. "Gone," she says. "Used the last scrap last week on my husband's socks. Had to pick between him or the linens." You both nod solemnly. Some decisions aren't really choices. There's a quiet pride in the sharing of these struggles. The cloth you washed with rainwater. The mint you dried above the hearth for mouth rinse. The time you burned your fingers boiling soap and didn't say a word. Every woman here carries 100 little secrets of survival. You rise and take your bowl back to the door. A rooster calls out. The sun finally peeks over the roofline, casting soft gold on the muddy yard. It's barely morning, but you've already done the invisible labour of 3 people, and not a soul will write your name in a book for it. Still, you breathe in deeply, letting the cold air fill your lungs. Your shift clings to your skin, still damp from the cloth, but you're clean enough for this world. Clean in the way your grandmother taught you. Clean in the way that matters. Your fingers finally find the comb tucked into your apron string. A small rectangle of bone, worn smooth, its teeth slightly crooked from years of use. It's not just for grooming, it's for ritual. You've watched women older than you run combs through their hair every morning as if it were prayer, and in some ways it is. You slip back inside to the hearth's glow and settle on the stool, tug the linen coif from your head and shake loose the braid beneath. Your hair is thick, dark, and unwashed. Not dirty necessarily, just untouched by soap and water for weeks. In this world, hair is rarely washed in the modern sense. It is combed, brushed with cloth, and scented with herbs. Some women rub in powders made from ground flowers or chalk to absorb oil. Others braid it tightly and leave it alone. You begin to comb slowly from tip to root, starting at the very ends where the tangles live. It snags more than once. You wince and keep going. There's no rush. This part of the morning always takes time. Hair tells more truth than words ever could. Clean clothes mean little if your hair is matted. A neat braid signals care, presence of mind, even virtue. Loose wild hair is for morning madness, or girls too young to be watched closely. A woman with flowing hair walking through the village at midday, people will whisper. So you part your hair in the centre and begin to braid it, tight and even. You've done this thousands of times. The movements feel older than you are. Maybe they are. Maybe they belong to all the women before you who sat beside similar hearths, hearing similar chickens, tying similar knots. When the braid is done, you wind it into a coil at the back of your head and pin it with a wooden needle. Then comes the coif. The linen square fits snug over your head, tied at the nape. It smells faintly of thyme. You placed a sprig under the storage chest weeks ago, and the scent has soaked in. You think briefly of noble women in stone manors who wear netted caps sewn with pearls. You've seen them once, maybe twice on festival days, but their hair is also braided, hidden, managed. Whether castle or cottage, hair is meant to be contained. You glance toward the door. Your cousin stumbles in, holding a handful of dried flowers in one hand and her half-unravelled braid in the other. She plops beside you, tugging clumsily at the strands. You help her, untangling the mess, weaving it back into place. Her scalp is dry, so you rub a little goose fat between your fingers and smooth it along the part. She wrinkles her nose but says nothing. She knows it works. This moment, the soft braid, the shared touch, the scent of ash and dried thyme, is one you'll remember later, when her hair is grey and yours is thinner. You'll remember the way she leaned against your knee and let you braid her quiet again. Outside, the wind has picked up. You hear it rattle the shutters. Somewhere in the thatch above a squirrel scrambles, but in this small moment you're grounded. Your hair is braided, your coif is tied, your role in the world is sealed for another day, and for now, that's enough. You run your hand once more along your braid, smoothing down the stray wisps that always escape no matter how tight the plait. The coif fits snug now, and with it, your sense of composure. Covered hair means readiness, dignity, a quiet sort of armour. There's a second layer to add, your veil. A simple piece of bleached linen, thin and slightly translucent, draped over the coif and pinned beneath your chin. Some days you secure it with a plain metal brooch. Today it's just a knotted bit of string. The veil falls just past your shoulders, brushing the woolen fabric of your gown. In your community, no respectable woman walks outside without her head covered, especially if she's married. Hair is not for public viewing. Even among friends, you keep it bound. Only in the most intimate corners of life, at birth, at death, or at the hearth, does it come undone. There's comfort in the ritual. Even on days when your body aches, or the world feels too loud, the act of tying that last knot gives you control. You check your reflection, not in a mirror, but in the polished underside of a brass cooking pan. A poor substitute, yes, but enough to see if anything's wildly off. Your veil looks lopsided. You tug it once, pin again, then leave it be. Good enough. The tradition of hair wrapping goes deeper than etiquette. It serves a practical purpose too. The layers protect your hair from soot, lice, and the constant smoke that settles in every rafter. They also absorb oils, keeping your scalp from matting in the long weeks between herbal rinses. Some women even sew a sprig of lavender into the hem of the coif to keep their scalp fresh. You did once. Now you just rub rosemary between your palms and press it to your temples. The scent clings faintly, sharp and earthy. Your younger cousin is still sitting at the hearth, her veil crooked and her coif slipping. You help her fix it, tucking stray bits under the linen. She's just begun her womanhood, and with it comes the weight of covering, of presentation. She fidgets under your hands but doesn't protest. Outside, you hear the clanging of the market bell. Time to go. You pull on your outer cloak, pin the brooch at your collar, and adjust the veil so it doesn't flap in the wind. As you step out, you pass other women in similar dress, each with her hair hidden, veils fluttering, shoulders hunched against the cold. You nod at them, and they nod back. Silent recognition. Sisterhood built not from words, but from shared fabric and shared labour. In the distance, a group of unmarried girls chase each other near the well, their veils bouncing, braids poking through. One has let her hair loose entirely, and an older woman nearby gives a sharp tsk and mutters something about decency. The girl quickly grabs for her coif, cheeks flushed. A small lesson learned. Even for noble women, the expectations are similar. Their veils are finer, their pins jewelled, their coifs embroidered, but still the message is the same. Concealed hair is respectable hair. Only a few people in your lifetime will ever see you with your hair uncovered and unbound. Your mother, your closest sister, perhaps your husband if you marry, and one day your daughter. But today, no one sees it. And that's just how it should be. You return from the market with a basket of eggs. Your feet sore from the uneven stones and your arms stiff from holding the bundle tight against your body. You duck back inside and immediately loosen your cloak. The warmth of the hearth greets you again, though the air still carries that faint musk of wool, smoke, and bodies long unwashed. Now comes the quiet part of the day, where, for a moment, the labour slows and you can tend to yourself. You slip behind the fabric partition that separates the sleeping corner from the rest of the house. It's not much, just a curtain made from old bedding patched with wool scraps. But it gives you a sliver of privacy, and today, that feels like luxury. You reach beneath your outer gown and begin to undo the knots. The wool is heavy with damp and you peel it off slowly, revealing the long linen shift underneath, your most intimate garment, the layer closest to your skin. It's the same one you wore yesterday and probably the day before, maybe even longer. You check the underarms and neckline. The linen is yellowing, a sign of age and honest wear. You bring the fabric to your nose. It smells faintly of your own skin, of the herbs you rubbed into it this morning, and of the smoke that settles into every fibre of your life. Still wearable, just barely. The medieval woman's undergarment is never spoken of in polite company, but every woman has one, or at least every woman who can afford linen. For some, a rough wool shift will have to do, though it itches terribly and rubs raw in the heat. Yours is linen, patched at the hem and shoulders, a hand-me-down from your mother's mother. Underwear in the modern sense, drawers, panties, lace, is centuries away. In this world, the shift serves all purposes. It's nightgown, underlayer, towel, and sometimes even bandage. If you bleed, it catches it. If you sweat, it soaks it. If you give birth, it's the cloth wrapped around your knees and hips as life enters the world. Today, you're lucky enough to own 2 shifts. You rotate them when possible, washing one while wearing the other. But that depends on weather, firewood, and whether the well isn't frozen solid. Most days you make do with just wiping the fabric down, spot cleaning stains with salt or ashes, and hoping the herbal rinse masks the rest. You sit, shift pulled around your knees, and begin to inspect the seams. One thread near the neckline has come undone. You reach for your sewing pouch, just a sliver of beeswax, a dull needle, and a few loops of thread salvaged from worn-out tunics. You begin to stitch with calm hands. You've done this more times than you can count. As you work, your thoughts drift to the stories older women tell, how shifts were once considered so private that only mothers and daughters ever touched them, how some girls embroidered tiny initials on the inside hem, so that if stolen at the wash-house they could be claimed again. You once saw a noblewoman's shift, bright white, impossibly thin, with lace edging at the collar. It had never known a day's labour. You felt no envy, only disbelief. How could something so fragile survive even a week in this world? You tie off the final stitch and hold the garment up to the light. It's not new, not perfect, but it's whole, and for now, that's enough. You smooth it over your thighs and exhale. The sun has begun to dip, and with it the cold is creeping back through the stone. Your shift will carry you through the night once more. You run your fingers along the edge of your shift, feeling the softened weave where the fabric has thinned over time. The linen used to be coarse and scratchy, but now it folds like buttered paper, worn smooth by countless washes and the heat of your body. Each patch, each faint stain tells a story, not one you'd say aloud, but one your hands remember. Tonight you'll sleep in this same shift just as you did last night. There's no such thing as changing into special nightwear. You simply remove your outer gown and crawl beneath the blankets, shift and all, hoping the fire doesn't die before morning. But before that, you decide to freshen it just a little. You lean toward the hearth, where a small iron pot simmers with rosemary, yarrow, and the last of last year's lavender. The scent rises up, woody, slightly bitter, but cleaner than anything else in the cottage. You dip a clean scrap of linen into the brew, wring it tight, and press it under your arms, around your neck, and between your thighs. Not a bath, but enough to feel new. The herbal rinse is your secret weapon. You learned it from your aunt, who learned it from hers, all the way back to someone no one can quite name. Some women add vinegar, others a drop of honey if it can be spared. The smell alone is comforting, but it also helps ward off lice and the small infections that creep in when fabric rubs too long against skin. You fold the cloth and set it to dry near the hearth. Then, reaching into your wooden chest, you pull out the second shift, the one you haven't worn in 4 days. It's still damp from yesterday's wash, stiff at the seams and icy to the touch. You shake your head. No good. You'll wear this one again tonight and try to dry the other fully tomorrow. There's a quiet understanding among women here. The body does what it must. Clean isn't perfect. Clean is manageable. Clean is dry when possible, warm when lucky, and never too much to draw attention. Smelling too nice too often raises eyebrows just as much as smelling unwashed. Balance is everything. You layer your gown back on, feeling the weight settle on your shoulders. Your shift clings to your ribs, still damp in spots from the herbal cloth. It's not pleasant, but it's familiar. Like the prick of straw in the mattress or the creak of wood in the rafters, it's part of the rhythm of daily life. Tomorrow, if the wind calms and the sun breaks through, you'll wash the shift in the stream. It's not an easy job, beating it against flat stones, scrubbing with ashes, rinsing in water that turns your hands purple. but there's something satisfying in it. To see the cloth brighten, to feel the grit give way, to pin it on the line and watch it dance like a ghost above the garden. Until then, it stays with you. So close it's like skin. And perhaps that's the truth of it. This humble garment, so plain and overlooked, is more intimate than anything else you own. It cradles you through labour, sleep, blood and prayer. And when it's finally too worn to repair, it becomes a rag, a bandage, or kindling for the first fire of spring. But not yet. Not tonight. You run your hands down your sides one last time, smoothing the linen. Then you step through the curtain into the buzz of evening chores, once more clothed in the quiet dignity of the unseen. The days pass and your shift grows heavier. Not with dirt exactly, but with the subtle weight of repetition. Of skin and time and the quiet burden that visits every woman sooner or later. You feel the change before you see it. A dull ache low in your belly. The sense that your body's about to remind you, once again, of its strange rhythm. You know what's coming. You tuck your chores into the early part of the day, stir the porridge, feed the chickens, patch the firewood basket, but by late afternoon you excuse yourself behind the partition with your sewing pouch and a scrap of folded linen. It's time to prepare. Again. There are no shops here, no packets, no wrappers, no sterile cotton products, just cloth, washed, folded, and folded again. Your moon cloth, stiff with age though softened from repeated use. It's not much to look at. A strip of absorbent linen folded twice into a thicker square, bound by two smaller ties at either end. You fasten it to a loop you've sewn into the inner part of your shift, right where it matters most. Sometimes, if there's enough fabric to spare, women make several, but linen is costly. Most make do with one or two, washing and drying them quickly between uses. If you're caught short on a wet day or an unexpected cycle, there are only poor substitutes, wool scraps, moss, or even handfuls of hay wrapped in cloth. You've tried them all. None work as well as the real thing. The first time your cousin bled, she ran outside crying, thought she'd been wounded. You sat her down by the hearth, handed her your clean cloth, and told her what your aunt once told you. It comes like the moon, without asking, without fail, and we carry it quietly. You carry it now. The cramps tighten just as you begin to heat water. You toss in a handful of chamomile if you have it. If not, mint or mugwort, anything bitter and calming. You press the warm mug to your belly and sit still until the worst of the ache passes. There's no word for this part. No one complains. You still have chores to finish. Your cloth needs to be changed every few hours. If you're home, that's easy enough. You rinse it in the back basin, squeeze it dry, and hang it in the sun if it shows its face. If you're in the fields, you carry an extra hidden beneath your apron. And if you're at church, well, you pray it holds. There's no shame in this, but there's secrecy. The line is fine. You do not speak of bleeding openly. You do not display cloths in public view. But among women, there's understanding. A shared glance when someone shifts uncomfortably on a wooden bench. A quiet offering of herbs for pain. A palm laid gently on the small of your back. Tonight, you'll sleep in a thicker cloth, secured tightly, lined with wool if needed. If it leaks, you'll rinse your shift before anyone wakes. No one will know. No one needs to. And if it gets bad, really bad, if the pain tightens your whole body into a knot, you'll press a hot brick to your belly, wrapped in a layer of wool, and breathe slowly until the pain unravels. It usually does. Eventually. Night falls, and you lie stiff under the woolen blankets, knees drawn up slightly, hands pressed against your stomach as though you might coax the pain away. The shift clings damply to your back. Somewhere near your ribs the herbal compress has begun to cool, its once soothing warmth now just a heavy stone against your skin. You've wrapped the linen cloth tighter tonight, added a second layer folded in half. There's always the fear of stains, of leaks, of someone noticing. It's not that anyone would shame you, not outright, but whispers carry in small places, and no one wants to be known for soiled bedding. At the edge of the hearth, A bundle of rinsed cloths hangs over the iron bar. You washed them earlier with ash soap and boiling water, scrubbing them against a flat board until your knuckles cracked. They'll dry slowly overnight, and tomorrow you'll rub them with rosemary and vinegar to kill what your hands couldn't. There are moments when you wonder what women did before cloth, before linen became cheap enough for the poor to own. Your grandmother said moss, wool, even paper if it could be spared. One village elder claimed her mother used rolled-up scraps from old liturgical books, pages already faded beyond reading. That always made you wonder what holy words ended up tucked in someone's waistband. You shift uncomfortably. The cramps have dulled to a hum now, tolerable but insistent. You reach for the warmed brick again, though it barely holds heat. You'd add another log to the fire if you could afford to waste one. The night stretches long. Every movement becomes a calculation. How to lie without pressure, how to fold your limbs so the cloth stays in place, how to rise silently if the need comes. The sleep you find is shallow, always on the edge of waking, always listening for the soft betrayal of a leak. By morning you're sore and tired, but clean, or clean enough. You rinse the cloth again in the half-frozen water, your fingers red and stiff. A part of you hopes no one enters the back garden while you're there, hunched over the basin. But if they do, they'll know what you're doing, and they'll turn away, politely pretending not to. There's something both lonely and powerful in that silence. Back inside, you slip into your shift again, layering the clean cloth into place. It's not perfect, still damp at the edges, but it will do. You tie your apron, run a hand over your veil, and step out to begin another day. No one asks why your gait is slower, why you wince when you bend to lift the kettle. But the older women notice. One quietly sets a mug of mint tea in front of you without a word. Another hands you her own bundle of mooncloths, better sewn, better lined, and simply says, "Spare." You take them. You thank her. You tuck them away. Because here, in this little world, pain is expected, endured, and passed between hands like bread. There is no applause for managing it, no comfort beyond what other women offer in the quiet. And still, you carry on. You carry it all. Blood, cloth, heat, a scrap of soft leather, stained and cracked. Inside is your precious blend of tooth dust, hand ground the week prior from crushed salt, dried sage, and a touch of mint if you could find any. You've also added powdered charcoal from last night's fire. The coarser the powder, the better it scrapes. Too fine, and it simply sits on your tongue like sand. There's no brush to speak of, no bristles. You use your index finger, first dipping it in water, then into the powder. You rub it along your teeth with practiced pressure, careful to reach the molars where bits of barley bread tend to stick. It doesn't foam, doesn't shine, doesn't taste like anything you'd want to keep in your mouth, but it works. You scrape the grit free, spit to the side, and rinse with cool water from a jug. The smell in your mouth isn't floral, it's something sharper, cleaner, like sage crushed underfoot in the sun. That's enough. No one expects perfume, just absence of rot. If your family's particularly careful, there might be a little twig of birch nearby, its end chewed to a frayed point, used like a brush. You've seen them in larger households, and once even tried carving your own, though it splintered too easily. Some women prefer the soft ash ends of burned sticks, smoothed and cooled. You, though, rely on cloth and finger, and a good rinse afterward. You pass your tongue over your teeth. They feel rough still, but not sticky. You run a fingertip along your gum line, checking for soreness. One molar in the back gives a dull throb. That one's been brewing trouble for months. You press it gently. No bleeding, not today. Toothaches aren't something to joke about. You've seen women lose sleep, sanity, even their lives over infections that began as small aches. There's no dentist to visit, no sweet-smelling antiseptic, just wine-soaked cloths to numb the pain and prayers to keep it from swelling further. A neighbour once tried to dig out a rotten tooth with a bone needle. You heard her screams through the shuttered window. In the end, the village healer packed her mouth with yarrow and poppy and let her drift into a stupor before yanking it free. It never healed properly, but she lived. That story stays with you every time your tooth throbs. You chew only on the left side now, breaking bread with care, softening dried fruit in warm water before biting. You chew mint leaves when you can. Some women say it freshens the breath. Others just like the bitterness. It distracts from the ache. And as for your breath, no one expects roses, but you still try. You brew a weak rinse from vinegar and cloves, swirling it twice and spitting behind the cottage. It stings your gums but clears the taste of boiled turnip from breakfast. You press your lips together, nod once, and tuck your pouch of tooth dust back into your apron. Another little task, another small defence against the creeping chaos of decay. You step outside into the midday air, your mouth still tingling faintly from the vinegar rinse. The sun is higher now, casting pale light over the garden path and the low stone wall where herbs dry in bunches from last week's harvest. You walk slowly toward the edge of the plot, where your aunt keeps the stronger plants, ones not meant for stews or teas, but for chewing, crushing and rinsing away illness. There, among the tangle of stalks and late autumn weeds, grows your favourite, tansy. Bitter-sweet, sharp, and deeply green. It isn't pleasant to eat, but you pluck a leaf anyway and press it between your molars. Not to chew, just to let the oils work their way into your mouth. Beside it, the sage is stiff with dew. A little farther there's parsley, wood betony, and the last of the fennel. These aren't food, they're your allies. You gather a few sprigs and wrap them in a scrap of cloth. This bundle will last you the week. One to crush and press against your gums if the ache returns. Another to hang near your bed for scent. One more to brew into a tea if you feel a fever behind your eyes. You remember your mother standing just here, years ago, chewing on a sliver of horseradish root while she sewed. Said it kept her mouth strong. You've never had the nerve to try it. It burned her eyes so badly she wept for half an hour. Still, the women swear by their remedies. Some keep clove buds hidden in the hems of their sleeves. Others rub crushed sage on their wrists, letting the scent follow them through the day. One midwife, half blind and always muttering, made a habit of breathing into a cloth soaked in vinegar and bay leaf every morning before tending to births. She claimed it kept her free of mouth rot. You pass a few of these bundles on your way back to the cottage. One you tuck into the firewood pile to dry. Another you leave hanging near the door where others can borrow. That's how it works. Quiet exchanges, no announcements. When you enter the cottage again, your cousin is leaning near the hearth, pressing her cheek with the heel of her palm. She doesn't say a word, but you know the look. You fetch the poppy head tincture and a twist of cloth, wet the cloth with vinegar and a few drops of oil, hand it to her, and nod. She presses it to her jaw in silence. Her eyes close, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. Toothaches unite all women here. Young and old, noble and peasant. You once heard that in far-off towns. Some wealthy women coat their teeth in resin to keep them white, or scrub them with powdered pearl and honey, which makes them gleam but rots them faster. You wouldn't trade places, not if it meant that kind of pain. You reach for your own cup of warm water and swirl it once more out of habit than need. The bitterness from the sage leaf still clings to your gums. It's not sweet, but it's clean. Later tonight, before bed, you'll rub your gums with a mixture of salt and sage oil, if there's any left. You'll press the same worn cloth against your cheek and listen to the fire crackle, hoping sleep comes easily. And if the ache returns, well, you'll bear it, like the others do, with herbs, cloth, and quiet strength. Because in this world, even a single tooth can change everything. The garden is quiet in the early light, except for the soft rustle of your skirts brushing past tall stalks and drying leaves. You move with purpose, basket in hand, stepping between worn stones and patches of dark soil. This isn't a kitchen garden. This is your pharmacy, passed down through hands older than you can name. Your fingers brush along the rosemary first. Its needle-like leaves release a sharp, bracing scent as you pluck a few sprigs. It's one of your favourites, not just for seasoning, but for its many secret uses. You crush a bit between your palms and rub it along the edge of your neck. The oil will linger through the day, cutting through sweat and smoke, a kind of personal shield. Next comes sage, soft, grey-green, almost furry to the touch. Women here call it the clean leaf. You steep it into tea for sore throats, chew it for bad breath, and crush it into rinses to freshen the skin. In summer, you even rub the leaves directly under your arms, letting the oils mask what the lack of bathing cannot. You crouch down near the fennel, its feathery fronds dancing in the breeze. The seeds are drying now, brown, fragrant, slightly sweet. Chewed after meals, they settle the stomach and, more importantly, freshen the mouth. You slip a few into a small pouch at your waist, a hidden gift to yourself later. At the back of the plot, there's a tangle of marigold, bright petals still clinging on despite the cold. You clip a few blooms carefully. Marigold in water makes a wash for your face. Some women say it keeps the skin from breaking in winter. Others say it's just a cheerful colour. Either way, you've grown used to its presence, like a small sun blooming beneath your window. Further still lies the yarrow, bitter, sturdy, white-blossomed. You don't need it today, but you keep an eye on it. It's for wounds, or for afterbirth. It stops bleeding. You've seen it pressed into cloth and bandaged around thighs and bellies when things went wrong. Its power is quiet, but dependable. You move carefully along the edge of the stone wall where a few last sprigs of lavender remain dried and brittle. You run your hands along them anyway. The scent brings memories of your mother laying linen to dry in the sun, tossing lavender between the folds, of your aunt soaking her feet with lavender and vinegar after walking 5 miles for wool, and just beyond that wall, beyond the hedge of nettles, is the patch of mugwort. Some women fear it, call it the witch's plant, but others know it's useful, especially for pain and moon cycles. You've used it sparingly, just enough to take the edge off a cramp when you couldn't walk straight. Everything here has a purpose, a name, a season. You pause, listening to the wind rustle through stalks. No humming markets, no shouting vendors, just the whisper of leaves and the promise of medicine made with your own hands. This is your space, your sanctuary. In a world that rarely allows women ownership of anything, this garden is yours. Not because you bought it, but because you know it. Every root, every remedy, every time you crushed rosemary into your shift or chewed fennel on a hard walk, it reminded you, survival isn't loud. It grows slowly, silently, leaf by leaf. You gather the herbs into your basket, gently layering rosemary over sage, tucking lavender beneath the marigold to keep the petals from bruising. Each plant has its place, not just in the basket, but in your daily rhythms. There's comfort in knowing what to reach for, even if the world beyond the hedge doesn't understand your quiet system. Back inside, the cottage hums with activity. Your aunt is at the spinning wheel, foot tapping gently, wool trailing through her fingers. Your cousin is cleaning fish near the doorway, her hands pink with cold, eyes half closed against the morning light. You place your basket on the table and begin sorting, separating what will be dried from what must be used today. You set a pot on the hearth and fill it with water. Into it goes a handful of sage and a few fennel seeds. This will be today's rinse, for hands, face, underarms, even feet if time allows. The scent begins to fill the room, earthy and bitter, a sign that something is being cared for. You ladle a bit of the warm liquid into a bowl and carry it to your sleeping corner. There, behind the linen curtain, you peel off your outer garments once more and dip a cloth into the bowl. It's not a bath, but it's a ritual. You dab beneath your arms, behind your ears, down the insides of your thighs. The steam curls upward as you move, and the herbs leave a faint sheen on your skin. You've done this hundreds of times. After childbirth, before weddings, after funerals, on festival days and in times of illness. The rinse cleanses, yes, but it also centers. It tells your body you're tended to, even if no one else notices. Your cousin peeks through the curtain with an empty mug. "For the tea?" she asks. You nod, hand her the sage and fennel bundle and watch her disappear. She's learning slowly. You'll teach her to blend mugwort with elderflower next spring, for cramping, for fevers, for when the world gets too loud. Later you tie the herbs into small bundles and hang them from the rafters to dry. They sway gently above your head as you move about your chores. When you pass beneath them, you catch their scent. Hope, protection, memory. These aren't just plants. They're spells of a different kind. Not magic, but care woven into the daily fabric of survival. You think of other women in other cottages doing the same, drying rosemary to press between bed linens, boiling sage for rinses, stuffing lavender into sleeves, not for beauty, but for resilience. Each gesture a quiet declaration. I am here. I tend this body. I hold this knowledge. Some say women are fragile, but they don't know the strength it takes to learn the plants that soothe a fever, to brew the rinse that keeps infection at bay, to gather marigold in the freezing rain because someone's childbirth bled longer than it should. Your basket is empty now, but your rafters are full. The house smells of steam and sharp green, and your skin hums faintly with the memory of warmth. You light a small candle near the drying rack, not for prayer, just for light, just for the small pleasure of watching the flame dance beneath the hanging herbs, casting shadows of leaves across the ceiling. The day's warmth fades quickly, and with it comes a different kind of stillness. Not the cosy hush of the herb drying corner, but something more uncertain. It's bath day, or at least it's meant to be. The water's been drawn, the fire stoked, the copper cauldron set carefully onto the stones. And yet, you hesitate. Bathing, in this world, is no simple task. It's not daily, not even weekly, for most. Full-body baths are rare, reserved for special occasions, illness, or the build-up of too many small discomforts. And there's always the lingering question, is it safe? You've heard the stories of women who caught fevers after a bath, of skin gone raw, lungs tight with chill. The bathhouse in town has a reputation, half healing, half scandal. They say noblemen visit not just to soak, but to watch, and women who bathe too long, too often, whispers follow them. But here, in your own home, with your own fire and your own water, it feels more like necessity than luxury. You place your hand above the steam rising from the tub, really just a large wooden barrel, patched in places with resin. The heat curls over your fingers, not scalding, just enough. You glance toward the door, bolted. Good. With quiet precision, you peel off your layers, shift, gown, and coif in a neat pile near the stool. Your skin prickles with air and anticipation. The first step in is always the hardest. Foot lowered into hot water, breath caught sharp in your throat, then the slow sinking until your knees bend and your body disappears beneath the surface. The tub is cramped. You can't stretch your legs, and the water only covers your waist when you hunch forward. But the heat is steady, seeping into your joints, unravelling the tight knots behind your shoulders and in your lower back. You reach for the cloth you've soaked in rosemary and thyme, and begin to wipe gently. Neck, arms, breasts, belly, thighs. There is no lather, no clouds of floral foam, just the earthy scent of herbs, the scrape of linen, and the faint creak of the tub beneath your shifting weight. This is not an indulgence, it is work. You scrub the bottoms of your feet, checking for cracks. Rub under your arms where the shift has rubbed sore. Feel along the edge of your scalp, pressing out old oil and the memory of days past. You don't linger. A bath is best done quickly. Get clean before the water cools. Still, you allow yourself a moment. Just one. Leaning back against the curve of the tub, you close your eyes. Steam clings to your cheeks. You let your arms float briefly. You breathe. It's not joy exactly, but something close. Behind the curtain, you hear the shuffle of feet. A knock on the wall. Almost done? Someone calls softly. You nod, though they can't see you. Your time is almost up. You reach for the bucket beside the tub and pour warm water over your shoulders. Once, twice. The rinse leaves you shivering, but fresh. You step out carefully, gripping the edge with both hands, mindful of the slick wood. There's no towel, just an old sheet warmed near the hearth. You wrap yourself tightly, skin tingling, gooseflesh rising along your arms. Clean. Not in the way the world might define it, but clean enough to feel new. Steam still swirls around your ankles as you pad across the floor, wrapped in the sheet that clings to your damp skin. The chill of the cottage creeps in now that you've left the heat of the water behind. The fire burns low. Your breath curls in little clouds as you crouch beside it, feeding it 2 slivers of wood, one for warmth, one for drying your limbs before the air cools your bones. Bathing doesn't end when you step from the tub. The aftercare is just as precise. You sit close to the hearth and begin to rub your arms down with a cloth, one side coarse for scrubbing, the other softened from years of washing. You move slowly, starting from the shoulders and working down. Your skin is flushed pink, but not raw. You've learned the balance. Once you're mostly dry, you reach for the oil. Just a thimbleful, saved for this purpose, pressed from walnut or rendered from goose fat when the season allows. It smells faintly nutty, with a trace of rosemary. You rub it into your elbows, over your knees and around your heels. These are the parts that crack first in the cold. A little care now might save you from worse later. You hear your cousin's voice from the next room. "Don't forget the comb," she calls. You smile faintly and do as told. Your hair is loose now, heavy and damp, curling in odd directions from the steam. You take the comb, tug it gently through from tip to root. Bits of rosemary fall to the floor as you go. There's satisfaction in the small tug of the comb, the soft snaps of tangled strands giving way. You work carefully. Hair breaks easily when wet. Once smooth, you braid it loosely. Not the tight coil of your working days, but something softer, meant only for sleep. Then you wrap it in a linen cloth to keep it from knotting overnight. Now dressed again in your shift and clean underlayer, you feel the slight but unmistakable difference. Your body hums with the memory of heat, the tingle of skin newly scrubbed, the soft trace of oil across your shins. It's not glamour, it's not scented powders or painted nails, but it is peace. And yet, as much as bathing refreshes the body, it also marks you. The faint scent of herbs, the oil on your skin, the lingering warmth, others will notice. Your sisters may ask when you bathed, how you found the time. Some may laugh, others may narrow their eyes. There's always the shadow of suspicion when a woman makes herself too clean too often, as though cleanliness were a kind of vanity, as though the body once tended becomes a declaration of desire or defiance. That's why you stay quiet. You don't announce your bath. You just move through the room with slightly straighter posture. You touch your face without feeling grit beneath your nails. You slide into bed without shivering from the weight of your own sweat. Outside, frost is creeping along the window ledge. The fire pops once, and your cousin curls into the blanket beside you. Her hair still slightly damp, her feet cold against yours. Neither of you speaks. The room is still, the air thick with wood smoke, rosemary and sleep. And beneath it all, your body hums with a secret knowledge of being clean. Not in the way men notice, but in the way only another woman would understand. You breathe deeply and let the warmth hold you. The morning after a bath feels different. Your shift glides more smoothly over your skin. Your braid lies flatter. Even the hearth smoke seems less intrusive when it settles against clean flesh. But that doesn't mean you're finished. Water, you've learned, isn't always necessary to stay clean. In fact, some women go weeks without immersing themselves fully, especially in winter. The risk of catching cold, of damp settling into the lungs or joints, is too great. So, instead of reaching for the water bucket, you reach for the oil. Your aunt taught you how to make it, slowly heating goose fat with sprigs of lavender and rosemary until the herbs darken and release their scent. Then you strain it through linen, cool it, and store it in a beeswax-sealed jar near the hearth. It smells faintly of smoke and earth, but it works like nothing else. You dip your fingers in and begin the ritual. First your hands, wrists, knuckles, dry patches between your fingers. Then your arms, rubbing in small circles from elbow to shoulder. Next comes your neck, the hollow just below your collarbone, and the skin behind your ears where cold wind likes to bite. This isn't a luxury, it's protection. The oil keeps your skin from cracking, especially when the air outside steals every drop of moisture. It helps seal in heat when the fire can't reach. And more than once, it has soothed a chapped heel or a rash from too much time in wet stockings. Some women use olive oil, especially in the southern parts of the world. But here, in your village, that's a rare treasure. You've only smelled it once, fruity, golden, almost sweet. The merchant who carried it wrapped the bottle in wool and straw, as though protecting a relic. You couldn't afford even a drop, so you stick to what's local. Walnut oil, when the harvest is good. Goose fat, almost always. Sometimes lard mixed with dried herbs. And though it sounds strange, some women add ash, yes, ash, to the mixture, especially when they need it to double as a cleanser. Ash and fat, the very roots of soap. You reach for the cloth you keep for oiling, worn, soft, folded with care. You dab a little oil onto it and wipe your ankles, then the inside of your knees, places that rub, places that hurt. The scent is familiar now, comforting. It lingers even after the cloth is folded away. Your cousin enters with a cracked lip and a wince. She doesn't ask. You hand her the jar and she dips her pinky into it, dabbing carefully at the sore spot. That jar has passed between many hands in this house, healing blisters, smoothing bellies stretched by pregnancy, soothing cracked elbows worn by scrubbing. You clean the jar's rim with the edge of your shift and tuck it back near the hearth where the fat won't harden. There's pride in this quiet maintenance, this care of body through season and weather and wear. It's not praised, it's not written about, but it is seen by those who know to look. Later, when the wind picks up and frost coats the outer windows, your skin will stay soft. Not because you were pampered, but because you prepared. Because you knew how to keep the cold out, not just from your cloak, but from your very bones. The cottage grows quieter as the wind whistles harder outside, rattling shutters and sending dry leaves spinning through the yard. You move with ease now, each limb coated in a light sheen of oil that traps warmth close to the skin. Your hands glide over wool and wood alike, and your shift no longer clings uncomfortably to rough patches or cracked elbows. But not everyone takes the time. Later in the afternoon, as you help prepare the stew, a neighbour arrives. Marjorie, from the farmstead up the hill. Her knuckles are red and raw, split open in the corners like parchment pulled too tight. She holds her hands stiffly, trying not to show the pain. She's not one to complain. You sit her near the hearth, pour warm water into a bowl, and add a sprig of marjoram. Not for scent, but for its quiet strength. You offer her the cloth, and begin mixing a thicker paste of your herbal oil and a touch of beeswax from the candles. She hisses as it touches her skin, then exhales slowly. "I haven't had time," she mutters. "The boys, the livestock." You nod. You understand. You always do. The truth is, many women only use oils when their skin starts to break. They wait until the sting forces them to stop, until the flesh cries out and the work has to pause. And still, they don't call it pain. They call it the season. As Marjorie flexes her fingers, you think of the women who came before, those who rubbed bear fat onto frozen feet, who chewed bark to make salves, who mashed thyme into oil until it turned dark and fragrant. They didn't write it down. They didn't name it skincare. But they knew what they were doing. You remember a story your grandmother once told, of a woman whose hands were always soft, even in winter. The village whispered that she must be lazy, that she didn't work hard enough. Only later did they learn she made her own oil from almond and thistle, applying it before sunrise each day, even on the coldest mornings. They stopped mocking her after that. Some even asked for the recipe. You rub the last of the oil into your own hands, then brush the cloth along your neck and temples, letting the faint smell of rosemary soothe your senses. There's something deeply reassuring in this act, in choosing to tend to your own body, however roughly, however simply. As night falls, you prepare to settle in. The jar of oil goes back to its place, tucked behind the hearth where it won't freeze. Your cloth is rinsed and laid to dry. Your sleeves are rolled down, your coif tied tightly. Your skin feels protected. It's not glamour, it's not beauty, it's defence. In a world of wind-chapped skin, cracked heels and hidden pain, these oils are your armour, applied not with vanity, but with care. They remind you that even when the world is loud, you can still tend to yourself in silence. Tomorrow you'll share the oil again, with your cousin, with Marjorie, maybe with someone else whose skin tells a story they haven't spoken aloud. And in this way, you pass down more than recipes or chores. You pass down the secret that clean isn't just about water. Sometimes it's about what you choose to press gently into the skin, and what that touch says about how fiercely you choose to endure. You wake before sunrise to the muffled sound of fabric ripping. A quiet curse follows. It's your cousin again, tugging at a strip of cloth stuck in the basket beneath the bed. She's muttering about a wedding, about needing to look presentable. You sit up slowly, rubbing your eyes. There's only one thing she could be talking about: hair. Not brushing it, not braiding it, removing it. You glance over at her. She's hunched in the corner, sleeves rolled, a small clay pot nestled between her knees. The smell reaches you, sharp and acrid, like resin left too long over the fire. She's heating wax. Well, not wax exactly. A homemade concoction of tree sap and rendered fat, stirred until it thickens and cools into a tacky paste. Hair removal isn't common. Most women don't bother. It's impractical, time-consuming, and often painful. But on rare occasions, weddings, betrothal feasts, holy days, some go to the effort, especially if someone older insists. Your cousin winces as she presses a strip of cloth over her shin, then yanks it off with a snap that echoes in the small room. She bites her lip to keep from crying out. You wince in sympathy. The expectation to be smooth is subtle and inconsistent. No one says it out loud, but you've seen noble women with bare arms and polished brows. You've heard the whispered advice from older sisters. Tidy yourself. It shows you're prepared. Prepared for what, no one says, but everyone understands. The tools for this task are humble and harsh. Cloth, sap, sometimes sugar cooked until it hardens and cracks. If you're lucky, someone's made a resin blend with herbs that dull the sting. If not, you suffer. Some girls use pumice stone, rough and worn, rubbed against the legs and underarms in small agonizing circles. Others swear by a paste made of vinegar and egg whites, which smells terrible and barely works, but gives the illusion of doing something. And then there are the truly unfortunate remedies, half remembered from travelling merchants or gossiped about in washhouses. Mixtures involving quicklime, clay, even urine, if the rumour can be believed. Dangerous things. You stay away from those. Still, curiosity gets the better of you. You join your cousin and inspect her handiwork. Her shin is red but smooth, a few missed spots, a faint bruise where the cloth stuck too tightly. She shrugs. It'll pass. You both sit in silence for a moment. Then you reach for your own strip of cloth, dip it into the warm sap and try your hand. The first rip brings tears to your eyes, but you don't cry out. The sting is immediate, followed by heat. Your skin protests, but the patch is clean, not perfect, not glowing, but different. You wonder who decided this mattered. You wonder if it truly does. And yet, as you rinse your leg with a cloth soaked in cooled herbal tea, a strange pride settles in your chest. Not because you've conformed, but because you've chosen to participate, to prepare, to endure. In a world where you can't always choose your path, even small acts like this carry meaning. And pain, especially pain. The redness on your leg is still vivid as you wrap it in your shift, the fabric sticking slightly to the tender skin. Your cousin hisses softly beside you, dabbing vinegar onto her ankle. It stings, but it's meant to. That's the price of smoothness, of conformity, of stepping into a hall where others will be watching. The wedding she's preparing for is only 2 days away. The bride's family is wealthy enough to afford honeyed wine, real sugar for the feast, maybe even olive oil for the hair. That means appearances matter, and when appearances matter, hair becomes a problem. Not the hair on your head, that is braided and hidden and celebrated, but the hair on your arms, your legs, your face. You remember once helping an older cousin prepare for her own betrothal. She used a paste made from barley flour and goat's milk, left on her upper lip until it hardened. When she peeled it away, it took the fine hairs with it, and a layer of skin. She couldn't smile for days, but everyone said she looked clean. Not everyone does this. Among peasants, it's rare. Most save these rituals for weddings, births, funerals, moments when a woman's body becomes part of public ceremony. But among the gentry, the expectations are sharper. You've heard that in certain households, young women are told to pluck every stray hair from their brows with fine threaded cloth, that some even rub their skin with wine and salt again and again until it gleams raw. You stare at your shin. The hair is gone, but the pain lingers. It's not unlike the feeling after a long day's work. Sore, numbing, oddly satisfying. You suppose in some way that's what this is. Work, quiet, unpaid and invisible. You reach for the pot again, but this time to help your cousin. She hands you a strip of cloth and exposes her forearm. You press it gently into the resin and smooth it down with the side of your palm. She braces. You pull. She gasps, then laughs. A sharp sound, somewhere between pain and triumph. When you're finished, you both sit in the warmth of the hearth, legs propped up, arms red and glistening with oil. You rub rosemary balm into the sore spots, letting the sting subside. The balm is your own blend, rendered fat, crushed leaves, a touch of beeswax, and it soothes almost everything. Outside, the wind howls, carrying with it the faint scent of damp soil and wood smoke. But here, within this small circle of effort and pain, there is stillness. You look at each other and say nothing. There's nothing that needs to be said. This isn't about impressing men. Not really. It's not even about beauty. It's about control. About taking back a sliver of authority over your body, your appearance, your place. Even if it hurts. Even if no one thanks you for it. The next day, your cousin will walk into the wedding hall, veil in place, arms smooth, cheeks faintly flushed. No one will ask how many times she winced. No one will see the salve rubbed into her thighs, or the small nick behind her knee. They'll see a woman prepared, presentable, polished, and only you will know what that truly cost. The chamber pot waits in the corner, behind a wooden screen draped with a blanket. It's not elegant, it's not discreet, but it is necessary. Before dawn, you step quietly past your sleeping cousin and tiptoe across the cold floorboards. Your shift brushes your calves as you move, and your fingers fumble for the edge of the blanket. The screen is thin, just enough privacy to keep you from embarrassment. But in a house full of people, privacy is always partial. The pot is made of clay, wide-mouthed and unglazed at the rim. Someone has scrubbed it clean yesterday with vinegar and hot water. You can still smell the sharpness in the air. You crouch, holding your shift away from the floor, careful not to let it trail. It's awkward, but practiced. Every movement has been rehearsed over years, passed down like inherited knowledge. This is the daily ritual no one speaks of. It's not discussed over bread or whispered about in the garden, but it binds every woman, regardless of class or age. How to relieve yourself with dignity in a world without plumbing. In noble houses you've heard, the pots are porcelain, decorated even, painted with vines and flowers. Some are shaped like animals, birds with open beaks or squat toads with wide mouths. And yet the task remains the same. In colder months the pot is essential. The thought of stepping barefoot into the frost-covered yard is too much. The outhouse, if your home has one, is at the edge of the property near the compost heap, and by moonlight every tree shadow feels like a lurking thief. Once done, you wipe with a rag. Not disposable, of course. Nothing is thrown away in a poor household. The cloths are washed, boiled, dried, and reused. You've helped scrub them before, hunched over the wash basin, the smell of ammonia heavy in the air. It's no one's favourite chore. You tip the pot carefully, checking the level. It's not full yet. It will be emptied later, usually by the youngest in the house or the one who drew the short stick that morning. The contents will be tossed in the latrine trench or poured behind the garden wall, far from the well, always downwind. Still crouched, you listen. The wind rattles the shutters. Someone in the next room turns over in bed. You pull your shift down and retie the knot at your hip. Another day has begun. There are rules, of course, spoken and unspoken. Never use the pot during meals, never speak of what you've done, and always clean it if you leave it more than half full. These rules are not written, but every girl learns them early. Not following them means shame. Not dirt, not filth, shame. Even in larger homes, with servants to clean and carry, women keep to the edges. The pot might be hidden under a wooden bench or beneath the bed. You once heard of a bride who refused to use one during her first week in her husband's manor. She nearly froze trying to make it to the courtyard privy at night. By week 2, she'd quietly asked for her own. There's a strange intimacy in this task, not romantic, not beautiful, but grounding. Each morning, you're reminded of the body's rhythm, its unglamorous persistence, its quiet demands. And you rise from it not ashamed, but composed. Because in this world, control over your body's needs is one of the few dignities you can fully claim. The morning moves forward, and soon it's time to empty the chamber pot. The blanket screen is drawn aside, the pot lifted carefully by its handle with both hands. It's heavier than it looks, and warm in a way you try not to think about. You wrap it in a cloth to keep from dripping and step outside into the biting air. You walk behind the cottage, past the hens scratching in the dirt and the old stump used for splitting firewood. At the far edge of the yard is a trench dug into the earth, shallow but long, lined with last season's ashes, and the dark soil turned sour with waste. This is where the contents go, poured carefully to avoid splashing, always in the same place, always with your back to the wind. The smell is bearable. You've known worse. In fact, you're proud of how clean the pot stayed this week. No spills, no dried crust at the rim. You set it beside the fence post and scoop a handful of ash from the covered bucket, sprinkling it into the trench. It helps cut the odour, dries out the muck, and keeps the flies from breeding too fast when the seasons turn. This part of the day, though unpleasant, is strangely calming. No one interrupts you, no one gives orders. You're just a girl with a pot doing what must be done. You rinse the pot with a ladle of cold water from the bucket, then scrub the inside with a twist of old cloth soaked in vinegar. You've done it often enough that your hands know what to do without thinking. Scrub, rinse, scrub again, dry with a clean rag, leave upside down on the stone to drain. Some homes have dedicated outhouses, small sheds with wooden benches and a hole cut into the centre. You've used them while travelling, and though they offer more space, they stink worse than the pot. And in winter, the seat is so cold it feels like stone pulled from a river. Most women prefer the pot for its quiet and its familiarity. But in towns, things are different. You remember visiting your uncle's home in the city, rows of tenements stacked high, each family with their own clay pot under the bed. The alley behind the house ran thick with slop. Everyone dumped their waste from the windows, shouting, "Gardy-loo!" before pouring. You held your breath whenever you passed beneath. Even in cities, women try to maintain some grace. You once saw a merchant's wife step daintily over a stream of sewage with her skirts pinched high and a scarf tied over her nose. Her shoes, too fine for the mud, were ruined by noon. Back at the cottage, you return the pot to its corner, clean, dry, and lined with a fresh scrap of linen at the base. You smooth the blanket screen into place and check for stray drops on the floor. Nothing. Another quiet success. No one will mention it. No one will thank you. But they'll notice if it's not done. That's how this work goes, seen only when it's forgotten. And so, you wash your hands with vinegar and sage, rub balm into the cracks of your knuckles, and move on with your day. There's flour to sift, a child to dress, herbs to tie. The needs of the body may be constant, but so is your ability to tend to them, quietly, completely, without shame. By midday, the sun has warmed just enough to lift the frost from the window ledge. The cottage breathes again. Floorboards creak, soup bubbles, voices murmur softly. But you, like every other woman here, are tuned into something unspoken. Something the men don't name, but all the women read like scripture. The smell of the room. Not just one smell. Dozens, layered and shifting, smoke, cabbage, damp wool, tired feet, unwashed cloth, yesterday's onions, and beneath it all, the distinct scent of people. In this world, sweat is not offensive. It is expected. You carry firewood, churn butter, scrape pots, and walk miles in wool with only your shift beneath. Of course you sweat. But there are rules. Rules every woman knows. The first rule, if you must smell, let it be clean sweat. Earned sweat. The kind that fades quickly and doesn't cling too long. This is why your morning rinse matters. Why you dab your underarms with vinegar steeped in lavender. Why you rub crushed mint into your shift seams before you hang it to dry. Not to eliminate the smell, but to remind others, and yourself, that you've tried. You've heard tales from the manors of noble women washing only their hands and faces, perfumed heavily to cover the rest. Their sweat is scented with rosewater and clove, layered beneath silks and pearls, but even they aren't immune. You remember helping in the kitchen once when a lady fainted during supper. Her corset had held her so tightly in the heat, her skin flushed purple beneath her lace. They rushed her outside, loosened her bodice, and fanned her back to life. All the perfume in the world couldn't stop the smell of a body starved for air. Here in the village you have no lace to blame, just layers of wool and honest work, so you do what you can. Rosemary tucked into your bodice, soapwort in your washwater, a sprig of mint behind the ear if you're feeling hopeful. You move past the hearth and lift your arms slightly, just a test, not too strong today, a good sign. You rub your palms with a mix of vinegar and salt, then pat them dry on your apron. The second rule, never let the smell of your body enter a sacred space. If you're heading to church, you rinse your feet, scrub behind your ears, and change into the cleanest shift you own. The wooden pews are close, the air thick with candle smoke and old incense. No one wants to be the reason the woman next to you holds her breath. And then there's market day. You've seen girls walk the long road into town carrying a bundle of herbs pressed to their chest, pinched between fingers to be released just as they near the crowd. A little puff of scent, a little shield. Because when the world is full of sweat and closeness, scent becomes language. A way of saying, I respect you, or I am prepared, or sometimes even, I am worthy. And the third rule, unspoken but ironclad, never ever comment on another woman's smell, unless you offer her help, a cloth, a balm, a bit of rosemary water pressed into her hands with no judgment in your eyes, because someday it will be you who needs it. And when that day comes, you'll know exactly what to do. The wind picks up as the sun dips westward, and with it comes the scent of the pig yard, sour and unmistakable, drifting through the window cracks. You tug your shawl tighter and glance at your cousin. She's wiping down the bench where one of the boys sat earlier, nose wrinkled. He's been in the styes again, she mutters. No need to ask who. Odour is part of life here. The smell of others weaves itself into everything. The bedding, the benches, the hems of your skirts. It marks children, husbands, neighbours, even strangers passing through. But for women, smell carries more weight. It's tied to judgment, to status, to virtue. You're expected to manage it, not for luxury, but to preserve harmony. You bend near the hearth and stir the pot of vinegar water you left to warm. Into it you've thrown 2 sprigs of thyme, a pinch of dried lemon balm, and a shard of broken soap if you could spare it. The scent rises gently, masking the heavier smells that cling to the house. You dip a rag into the pot and wipe the doorway, the windowsill, even your hands. Small gestures, but they matter. In the evening, as you pass among your kin, distributing bowls, tucking in little ones, laying out tomorrow's work, your scent will follow you. Faint, herbal, clean enough to be noticed only by its absence of offence. You've learned how to time your scent. After labour, always rinse, never before. That way the herbs mix with heat and effort, not just skin. And when you need to meet someone important, a local reeve, a merchant, or the village priest, you crush lavender between your palms and smooth it over your veil. A whisper of preparation. You remember once standing behind a woman in church whose hair was still damp from a rosemary rinse. It steamed beneath her veil in the warmth of the chapel, releasing such a sharp, comforting scent that everyone near her seemed to breathe more deeply. You never forgot it, not because she was beautiful or wealthy, but because she smelled of someone who had taken the time, someone who had prepared her body like an offering. That's the real purpose behind all of it, isn't it? Not to hide yourself, not to disguise your nature, but to show, quietly, through every layer and gesture that you are present, that you have risen to meet the day and made yourself ready for the world's closeness. Still, the work never ends. You lift your arms again and sniff, discreetly. The herbal rinse is fading. You make a mental note to refresh it before supper. Just a quick wipe with the thyme cloth behind the ears and across the chest. Maybe a drop of oil on your fingers to touch the hem of your veil. And if the scent isn't strong enough to mask everything, you know better than to panic. No one lives scent-free here. No one expects it. But they do expect care, effort, awareness, and that's what you offer every hour of every day. By the time you lie down that night, wrapped in your shift, the blanket pulled tight to your chin, you know your body still carries the faint trace of vinegar, rosemary and skin. It's not perfume. It's not indulgence. It's simply your way of saying, I've tended to myself. I've done what I could. And that's more than enough. A knock at the door. Not urgent, not slow, just firm. You open it to find a woman in a velvet-trimmed cloak, hair tucked neatly beneath a pristine veil. Her boots are stitched in a pattern you've only ever seen in tapestries. A noble woman, or close to it. She smiles, polite but distant. I'm here to see the child. She means your cousin's newborn. Born 2 nights ago in the back room with no priest, no fanfare, just the cries of women and the clean snap of scissors. You step aside and motion her in. The moment her boots cross the threshold, the room shifts. There is an invisible line that divides her world from yours, and nowhere is that line sharper than in Hygiene. She carries no scent of sweat. No wood smoke clings to her cloak. Instead, she smells faintly of rose and something more expensive, ambergris perhaps, or imported herbs from the south. You've heard of women like this bathing weekly, even daily, with heated stones, perfumed soaps, linen towels dried in the sun. A different world. She doesn't remove her gloves. You offer her a seat and step aside. Her gaze drifts around the cottage, resting on the fire, the hanging herbs, the worn floorboards, before settling on the cloths folded near the baby's bed. You do your washing here? She asks. You nod. She doesn't judge out loud, but you've lived long enough to read the silence. The truth is, the noble clean differently. Not better, always, just more visibly. Their cleanliness is performance. Soap from Castile, oils from Provence, coif pressed and perfumed, servants to scrub their backs, to carry steaming water up stone staircases in brass kettles, a bather's luxury, and yet, for all their polish, they fear illness more deeply than anyone. You've heard stories of noble women scrubbing every silver spoon with vinegar during plague season, burning lavender at their windows, refusing to touch anything that wasn't first boiled. One woman even sent her own child to live in a cottage to avoid contamination, then refused to bring her home. In your world, cleanliness is quieter. It comes in the form of shifting the beds closer to the hearth during fever season, in washing your shift in snow melt and drying it before anyone wakes, in scrubbing cracked heels with a bit of fat and salt because there's no balm to spare. The noblewoman shifts in her seat, uncomfortably aware of the scent of boiled cabbage in the air. You offer her a cloth dipped in rosewater, something you saved from a festival weeks ago. She takes it with a grateful nod. You think of the times you've sat just like her, but in kitchens, by streams, by sick beds, watching, listening, doing what needed doing. Not with gloves, but with bare hands. And though your fingers may be stained with ash and herbs, they've never hesitated. Cleanliness here isn't ceremony, it's survival. You glance at the noble woman again. Her veil is too tight, her boots are spotless, and beneath it all you can see it. She's afraid. Of mess, of illness, of sweat, of the honest scent of life. And you? You're not afraid. You've lived in it, worked through it, bathed in the hearth's warmth and the stream's cold. You've rinsed your hands in vinegar and tears, and still, you rise. She doesn't stay long. After a few pleasantries and a tight smile at the newborn bundled in the corner, the noble woman rises, brushing unseen dust from her cloak. You offer her a sprig of rosemary for the road, a quiet courtesy, but she declines with a gracious wave as though the gesture were too rustic to accept. You watch her leave, boots tapping against the worn stone path that leads back toward her carriage, or her steward, or her house with warmed floors and tubs you could swim in. And for a fleeting moment, you wonder what it would be like to live in that world. But the moment passes. You turn back toward the hearth, where your cousin is shifting beneath a blanket, her hair damp at the temples, her face flushed with the unmistakable sheen of new motherhood. You kneel beside her and press a cool cloth to her brow. She smelled like flowers, your cousin murmurs, eyes barely open. You smile gently. A whole garden. And yet, the truth remains. Behind the noble woman's lavender rinse and imported rosewater lies the same flesh, the same blood, the same sweat. You know it. You've smelled it under perfume and powder, clinging faintly behind the ears or at the hem of a too-tight corset. The difference between you isn't the body. It's what you do with it. You light the herbal burner again, letting thyme and marjoram curl through the air. Not to impress anyone, not to signal refinement, but to comfort the woman now shivering beneath rough linen and the weight of new life. The smoke carries warmth, familiarity, care. A younger girl enters carrying a bundle of laundry, shifts, undercloths, a wrap stained with blood. She wrinkles her nose. It stinks. You glance at her, not harshly, just long enough for her to blush. Then you nod. Yes, you say, and it needs washing. The girl carries the bundle back outside and you follow shortly after, heading for the stream with a wooden bucket, a rag, and a pot of ash soap. The sun has risen higher now, glinting coldly off the water. You kneel, dip the cloths, and begin to scrub. Blood, milk, sweat. Each mark worked free by hand. A noble woman might have a laundress, might never see these stains. But here, your hands meet every truth. You learn the story of the body not from books, but from fibres under your fingernails. A shift stained under the arms means a fever. A cloth gone yellow means too many days without rinsing. A faint sour scent. That's hunger. You know them all, and with every soak and scrub you return the fabric not to perfection, but to function, to dignity. That's what cleanliness means here. Not gleaming white, not polished silver, but readiness. Restoring the shift so it may be worn again. Preparing the skin so it may face the next day. Making a body, tired, aching, beautiful in its effort, feel for a moment like something tended. You wring the last cloth dry and hang it on the line. The wind lifts it gently, and for a moment it dances like silk. Not noble silk, but strong, mended, honest linen. And in that there's a kind of grace no perfumed glove could ever match. You're woken in the night by a sound you know too well. A sharp intake of breath, the low moan of pain, the rustling of straw as someone shifts under the weight of it. Childbirth has begun again. Your cousin grips the edge of the bed, her face pale in the flickering firelight. The midwife has been sent for, but you know how this goes. She might arrive in time, or she might not. Until then, the work falls to you and the other women of the house. No men are allowed past the curtain. This is a space claimed and guarded by women, built not of walls but of trust. You set the kettle to boil, your hands moving by instinct. Water, cloth, clean straw, herbal oil for the skin. Your fingers dip into the balm you prepared weeks ago. Marigold and beeswax steeped in rosewater and strained through linen. You rub it between your palms and then along your cousin's lower belly in circles. Her skin is tight, damp with sweat, already straining beneath the pressure of what's coming. Childbirth in this world is not a quiet affair. It is raw and rhythmic, loud and urgent. The body speaks in ways it cannot elsewhere, and with it comes the quiet labour of cleanliness, not to sanitize, not in the modern sense, but to guard against what can happen when blood and pain mix without care. The cloths you use are old but boiled clean. You've dried them by the hearth for days, folded them neatly in a basket lined with sage and wormwood to keep insects at bay. You've seen what happens when linen isn't clean, when infection sets in after the baby comes and the mother's sweat turns cold. That fear lives in every movement you make. Your cousin cries out. Another wave hits. You press your forehead against hers, whispering nothing in particular. Just presence. Just breath. In noble households there are birthing beds carved from oak, padded stools for squatting, and draped canopies infused with myrrh. But here, in this cottage, the bed is a pile of straw and rags, and the only luxury is having more than 2 clean cloths to spare. Still, you prepare it with as much reverence as any silk-draped chamber. You lay out the birthing blanket, rub rosemary along the floorboards, light a stub of beeswax candle to warm the air and calm the nerves. These are the rituals, part sacred, part practical, all necessary. The midwife arrives just as the child crowns. She says little, just nods, checks, guides. Her hands are swift, soaked in wine before touching anything. She carries a small pouch of herbs, a crooked knife, and a reputation that stretches from this village to the next. You watch her closely, learning with your eyes. Every birth teaches something new. When it's over, the cries of a newborn pierce the air sharp and clean. Relief floods the room like sudden sunlight. You help lift the child, wrap it in the cleanest cloth you own, and press it to its mother's chest. Your cousin's body is shaking. Blood pools beneath her, and already you're reaching for the next set of linens, because cleanliness doesn't end with the birth. Now comes the cleansing. The midwife nods once, then steps aside. Her job is not yet done, but the danger is past, for now. Your cousin lies pale and trembling, her arms wrapped around the crying bundle against her chest. Sweat clings to her brow. Her shift is soaked through. Blood seeps beneath her onto the straw, and still she smiles. You fetch the warm water from the hearth, steeped with marigold, sage, and crushed rose petals. Not for fragrance, though the smell is soft and sweet. These herbs are known to soothe torn skin, to calm swelling, to protect against the fevers that steal women days after the pain has ended. You dip a cloth and gently wipe her thighs. The blood is dark and slow now, still coming, but the worst is done. You clean what you can, moving with care, never rushing. The cloth turns red. You rinse it. Again and again. No one speaks. The baby suckles softly, eyes closed. The afterbirth is gone, bundled in another rag and buried behind the cottage, as tradition demands. You'll light a sprig of rosemary over the spot tomorrow, just as your mother once did, and her mother before her. There are no written rules, but the gestures are carved into your bones. You help your cousin out of her shift, now stained beyond saving. You toss it into the basket with the others, one you'll carry to the stream when the sun rises. For now, you help her into a fresh one. Linen, still warm from the hearth, pressed gently over her shoulders and tied at the waist. She sighs as it settles onto her skin, the cool cloth kissing her fevered frame. You check the baby next. A girl, strong, with fists already clenched and a voice like a cracked bell. You clean her too with warm water and soft cloth, careful not to chill her. You rub a bit of goose fat on her heels, her elbows, tiny places where skin splits too easily. She smells of milk and salt and newness. In noble houses, this moment might come with embroidered robes, a silver basin, perhaps even a visiting priest. But here, it's just the women, the herbs, the water, the cloth. And somehow, that feels more holy. You line the cradle with extra wool. The fire glows low. The air carries the mingled scent of blood, herbs, and ash. It is not unpleasant. It is the smell of birth, of survival, of a new woman entering the world alongside her daughter. Your cousin dozes off and you cover her with the heavy blanket. The midwife pulls her shawl tighter and begins packing up her pouch. Burned knife, bloodied cloth, the bit of mint she chewed during the labour to keep herself steady. You nod to her. She's strong, you whisper. She is, the midwife replies, voice low. But keep her clean, change the cloths often, burn what you must, and don't let anyone near her who smells of fever. You nod again, you already knew, but hearing it makes it sacred. You clean the floor last, scrubbing where the blood soaked into wood, sprinkling vinegar, hanging the cloths where the smoke will kiss them dry. You do not flinch, because you know that this too is hygiene, not only for the body but for the soul, a way of clearing space, of honouring pain, of making room for life to grow without rot. And when the sun finally rises, it does so on a house made quiet again by the hands of women who knew what to do. The days that follow a birth pass in whispers, no slamming doors, no loud laughter. The fire is kept steady, the shutters drawn tight, and visitors speak in soft voices, if they come at all. Inside the cottage, time slows. The mother and child sleep beneath layers of linen and wool tucked close, hidden from cold and spirits alike. But even as the mother rests, the house around her must be tended, especially the tools she touched, the bedding she bled on, the chair she leaned against during labour. This is where you come in. Your task is not loud, but it is vital. Today, you clean the comb. Not just any comb. This one is her favourite, the bone-handled one passed down from your grandmother. It lies beside the bed now, nestled in a scrap of cloth. Bits of hair cling to its teeth. At first glance, it's just another object. But in this household, a woman's comb is more than a tool. It's a part of her body. You sit by the hearth with a small bowl of rosemary water, warmed but not boiling. You soak the comb, then begin working out the strands, gently, with a wooden pick, careful not to snap the old bone. The rosemary water smells sharp and green. You like it better than vinegar, though both have their place. It's not just dirt you're removing, it's fear, old breath, the closeness to death that hovers after childbirth. In some villages, women bless their combs before and after major rites. Birth, marriage, mourning. It isn't written down, but you've seen your aunt whisper over her comb 3 times before brushing her hair after her sister died. You didn't ask why. You didn't need to. There's something sacred about brushing. Not just the taming of hair, but the act of restoring order to the body. A comb can soothe pain, coax sleep, bring comfort in grief. And after birth, it helps bring a woman back into herself. When the comb is clean, you lay it on the windowsill to dry. Sunlight catches on its polished edge. Later, when your cousin wakes, you'll brush her hair for the first time since the baby came. Not to make her beautiful, though she is, but to remind her she's still here, still whole, still herself. You gather her shift from beside the bed, stained, yes, but still warm from her skin. You handle it with care. In some traditions, the first shift worn after birth is burned. In others, it's rinsed and buried near the herb patch to protect the child. Your family doesn't burn it. You wash it in rosemary, thyme and salt, then dry it facing east. No one questions the method. These things are done because they've always been done. Even the cradle gets special treatment. You dust it with sage and rub the wood with oil pressed from last year's walnuts. The blankets inside are turned, shaken, and folded again. You place a sprig of lavender at the baby's head, not for scent, but for safety. Old belief says it wards off fever and envy. You believe it wards off forgetting, because in the haze that follows birth, women forget things. What day it is, when they last ate, how long they've been lying there. But the body remembers, through scent, through touch, through every linen shifted, every comb cleaned, every herb steeped and stirred. And so, you clean. You rise early the next morning before the smoke curls from neighbouring chimneys, before the roosters begin to scold the sun. There's one more task that cannot wait, laundering the birth linens. You gather the pile carefully, soaked rags, blood-stained shifts, towels that bore the weight of pain. It's not the mess that bothers you. You've seen worse. It's the memory held in the fibres. The smell of iron, milk, and sweat lingers thick in the weave. At the stream's edge you kneel. The water runs fast and clear here just beyond the willow bend. You set your basin beside you, roll up your sleeves, and begin. Not all washing is the same. This is not the gentle rinse of a Sunday chemise. This is labour. You soak the cloths in lye water first. Soap made from ash and fat, boiled until it bites the fingers if you aren't careful. You've boiled it yourself, stirring the pot for hours, watching it turn from cloudy to sharp. A good lye soap doesn't just clean, it strips away blood, odour and spirit. Or so your grandmother says. You scrub each cloth against the washboard, a plank you carved yourself, grooved and worn. You press the cloth hard, not just cleaning but scouring, purging. Some of the rags are too far gone, you'll burn them later. The rest you rinse in the cold stream, then lay over the rocks to dry, weighed down with stones so the wind doesn't carry them off. There's something soothing about the rhythm. Soak, scrub, rinse, lay, press, breathe. You hum a little as you work, just under your breath, a lullaby without words. Behind you, the world stirs. A neighbour walks by, nods, does not speak. She knows what you're washing, everyone does, and no one dares interrupt. The launderer of birth linens holds a strange respect in the village, not quite feared, not quite pitied, but seen, known, trusted with what others won't touch. You glance at your hands. The water has wrinkled your skin. Ash clings beneath your fingernails. Your knuckles are red from lye, but it feels clean, this ache. Earned. You return to the cottage with the dry cloths draped over your arm. The baby is sleeping, her breath soft against her mother's chest. Your cousin looks stronger today. Her hair brushed, her hands wrapped in warm cloth. She thanks you with her eyes. No words needed. You place the clean linens in the wooden chest at the foot of the bed. They smell of wind, smoke, and time. You press them down, fold by fold. When you close the lid, you feel a strange peace settle over the room. Later, you'll burn the ruined cloths in the hearth. The smoke will rise bitter and blue. You'll say nothing, just watch it curl into the rafters and disappear. Letting go of what was too torn to save. It's in these quiet labours that medieval hygiene lives, not just in the scrubbing or the herbs, but in the care. The belief that tending the body, especially a woman's body, is a sacred kind of work. You don't call it ritual, but that's what it is. The baby is 2 weeks old when the weather turns. A bitter wind creeps beneath the doorframe, tugging at your ankles like a warning. The hearth is stoked, the cradle is close to the fire, and yet the air carries that unmistakable bite, damp, sharp, and stubborn. It's time to prepare the baby's first bath. Not a full immersion. Oh no, no one in their right mind would dunk a newborn into a tub in this weather. Even in warmer months, babies are bathed with caution, more cloth than water. Too much wetness, too fast, and illness slips in like a thief. But a wipe down, warmed and herbal, that's different. That's necessary. You fetch the basin and place it near the hearth where the coals burn low and steady. You gather dried herbs from the kitchen beam, calendula, chamomile, and a bit of comfrey. Not too much of anything, just enough to scent the water and soften it. You steep the herbs in warm water while testing the temperature with your wrist. Always your wrist, never your fingers. Skin there is thinner, more honest. Then you strip the baby down, slowly. She squeaks once, her toes curling in protest, but her body is warm, her skin a soft pink. You dip a linen cloth into the herbal water and begin. You clean the folds of her neck where milk has crusted, behind her ears, under her arms, between her fingers. You move gently, talking to her as you go. She stares at you with a puzzled expression, like she's deciding whether to cry or coo. In the end, she does neither. In the corner, your cousin watches. Her legs are still weak, but her eyes are sharp again. She grips a cup of warm milk and pulls the shawl tighter around her shoulders. "You always know what to do," she murmurs. You don't answer, you just smile. The bath ends with a dry cloth warmed by the fire. You wrap the baby up tight, head to toe, leaving only her tiny face peeking out. You hold her for a moment longer than necessary, letting her heartbeat settle into yours. Then you place her back in the cradle. You tip the basin out the back door, letting the herb water soak into the earth. Some women toss it at the base of rosemary bushes or near the threshold, believing it wards off evil. You don't do that, but you do notice the steam rising from the ground, like breath from a sleeping creature. You clean the cloth and hang it by the fire. A new baby means more laundry than ever, diaper cloths, feeding rags, shifts stained with milk or worse. Hygiene isn't just about the body, it's about the rhythm of care, the constant tending. Some families use moss as diaper lining, soft, absorbent, easy to find. Others use old scraps of linen. You've heard of wealthier women importing cloth from abroad, bleached and stitched for this very purpose. But here, you use what you have, and you keep it clean. That's what matters. Because in this world, illness travels faster than news, and a baby's cough, left unchecked, can become a funeral in days. Evening falls with a hush, and in that hush, you prepare another round of linens, this time for the mother. The lochia still flows, faint but persistent, a reminder that recovery doesn't end after the midwife leaves. You open the cedar chest and pull out the softest rags, woven flax, worn thin from years of use. They've been washed in ash soap, boiled with thyme, dried in sunlight. You fold them gently. Not all cloth touches a woman in her healing time. She hasn't asked for new pads, but you know the signs. The wince when she stands, the way she shifts in her seat, the quiet pause before she moves as if bracing herself. So you lay the fresh cloths near her bed, within easy reach but not forced. It's your silent offering. You also bring her a basin of warm water infused with marjoram and rose petals. Frivolous, some might say, but rose is more than scent. It's comfort, a whisper of beauty in a time when everything feels raw and torn. She dips her fingers in it, just briefly, and smiles. "Feels like summer again," she says, even though frost coats the window pane. You prepare a gentle rinse for her perineum, a small pot of sage and calendula steeped just enough. You show her how to pour it slowly from a cup, how to lean forward over the basin. You look away as she does it, give her privacy. But you stay close, in case she falters. This part of care is never discussed aloud in the open air of the village square. But every woman knows. They've all sat like this, wounded, humbled, healing. No longer bleeding from a wound made by war or work, but from one torn open by life itself. And it must be cleaned. Not because it is shameful, but because it is sacred. You empty the basin, scrub it with salt and hot water and dry it by the fire. Hygiene in this world is not sterile. It's not white-tiled and gleaming. It's layered in scent, herbs, ash, iron. It lives in cloth, in firelight, in the hands of women who know how to wait. That night, your cousin sleeps longer than she has in days. The baby stirs but settles again. The cottage creaks with the settling of the hearth. You sit in the corner, wrapping a ball of linen with moss and thread. Tomorrow's diaper, made ready before dawn. As you work, you think of the old wives' tale that says a clean house welcomes a clean recovery. Not just the swept floors and scrubbed bowls, but the care behind them. It's not about appearance, it's about intention. Every cloth folded, every pot boiled, every hand extended, it all speaks. You are safe, you are seen, you are loved. Because long before the age of antiseptics and soap advertisements, women kept each other whole through attention, through tradition, through acts of invisible devotion. And this, too, is hygiene. You wake to the sound of a knock at the door, 3 slow taps followed by silence. Not urgent, not neighbourly either. You know before you rise who it is. The midwife has returned. She enters without waiting to be invited, as is her way. Wrapped in a heavy cloak, mud on her hem, a pouch slung over her shoulder. "Checking in," she says plainly, setting down the pouch beside the hearth. You nod. No fuss, no need. She moves like someone who's seen it all and still chooses to care. Her fingers are stained with roots and soot. Her face lined but steady. She doesn't waste time on chatter. She asks how the bleeding is, how the baby feeds, whether there's fever or chills. You answer each quietly while your cousin dozes in the back room. Then she opens the pouch. Inside, bundles of dried leaves tied with twine, a vial of goose grease, and a lump of something foul-smelling wrapped in waxed cloth. You know better than to ask. She adds water to the kettle and sets it over the flame. "We'll make a steam," she mutters. "Help clear out what lingers." You fetch a wooden bowl and drape a cloth over your cousin's shoulders. The midwife tosses the herbs in, mugwort, yarrow, and a pinch of something yellowed and crumbly, and tells her to sit and breathe. The steam curls into the room, earthy and sharp. Your cousin leans forward, her eyes closing. It's not pleasant, this part. The scent is strong, bitter even, but soon her breathing deepens, her shoulders loosen. Whatever was clinging inside her, it's loosening too. This steam bath isn't written down anywhere. It's not prescribed by learned men. But women have passed it down mouth to ear, hand to hand. You remember your own mother's birth steam, and the way she swore it brought the fever down. Maybe it was the herbs. Maybe it was the heat. Maybe it was the belief. The midwife unwraps a cloth bundle and pulls out a tin of salve, goose grease mixed with lavender and honey. She warms it with her palm and hands it to you. "Rub it in at night," she says. "Belly, breasts, lower back, wherever she hurts." You nod again. It's strange how much trust sits in a tin of fat and flour, but you've seen it help. Not always, but often enough. You ask about the smell in the cottage. Not foul exactly, but sharp, like milk gone too long or skin left unwashed. She nods. "Normal. It'll pass." She suggests hanging juniper branches near the hearth and rubbing a little rosemary on the bed frame. Not to mask the scent, but to remind the body it is healing. This too is hygiene. Not a war against dirt, but a welcome to recovery. A way to make the air itself part of the healing. The baby stirs, sensing the midwife's presence. She always does. The woman picks her up without asking, holds her close, sniffs her crown. "Good. Still sweet," she says. "Keep her wrapped, but let her lie bare sometimes. Skin needs air." You tuck that away. Another secret added to the long list. When the midwife finishes her steam and salves, she doesn't pack up right away. Instead, she pulls a stool close to the hearth and warms her hands as if waiting for something to rise between you. Not a question, but an understanding. "I've 3 births this week," she says, half to herself. "One girl came early. Tiny thing, but loud. Another took 2 nights. Nearly lost her." You don't interrupt. You just listen, like women have always done when midwives speak. Not because of drama, but because of wisdom buried inside their words like seeds. "She bled too much," the midwife continues. "Didn't tell anyone until it was nearly too late. Stubborn." She spits into the fire, sharp and quiet. They think if they talk about it, it makes it worse, as if silence keeps the bleeding inside. You glance toward your cousin. She's asleep again, her face calmer than it's been in days. The baby is curled beside her, wrapped in a swaddle with only her nose peeking out like a mouse in a burrow. "You've done well," the midwife adds, but her tone isn't praise, it's recognition. She sees the soaked linens you've boiled, the sleepless nights, the subtle changes in scent and colour and sound, the kind of attention that only other women notice. Then she stands, reties her pouch, and nods toward the window. "Keep the herbs dry. Don't let the rosemary touch iron, or it spoils." Another rule without explanation. Another piece of knowledge passed on like a blessing and a dare. She pauses at the door. If the bleeding stops completely before the 12th day, call me back. If it smells like copper and rot, call me back. If her eyes go glassy, even for a moment. She doesn't finish. She doesn't have to. She leaves before you can say thank you. Just as well, midwives don't collect thanks. They collect memories and warnings. You step outside after her just for a breath. The air is sharp, the ground hard underfoot. In the hedgerow, rosemary sways slightly. You pinch off a sprig and rub it between your fingers. The scent clings, cutting through the cold. Back inside, you do as told. You hang the juniper near the fire. You place rosemary under the bed frame, away from the nails. You boil the linens again, just to be sure. And later that night, while the baby nurses and your cousin hums a low tune without words, you mix your own balm, a bit of beeswax, some dried sage, and whatever's left of the lavender. You melt it slowly, stirring with the wooden spoon that's only used for medicine. You pour it into a small pot and cover it with cloth, not because you were told to, because you now know how. It's in this moment, quiet, ordinary, fragrant, that you realise. The real hygiene wasn't just in the cloths or the herbs. It was in the noticing, the timing, the hands that reached out before they were asked. And that, more than anything, is how women survive. You wake before dawn to the sound of footsteps. Not hurried, not panicked, just purposeful. It's your cousin. She's up, truly up. Not just to relieve herself or calm the baby, but walking from the hearth to the bench like a woman who belongs to her own body again. You stay quiet, watching from your mat. She moves slowly, one hand on her lower back, the other adjusting her shift. But she moves. There's a moment of shared stillness between you as the firelight touches her face. No grand declaration, just a breath, a nod, and the tiniest smile. After days of sweat, leaking breasts and bloody cloths, this first walk feels monumental. You slip on your shawl and join her at the bench. The baby sleeps beside the hearth, wrapped in wool and moss, a perfect pudgy bundle of warmth. Your cousin reaches into her lap and pulls out her comb. It's bone, notched and plain, the kind that's passed down rather than bought. She begins to drag it through her tangled hair, wincing as it snags on a knot. You take it gently from her hand. Let me. You part her hair in sections, starting at the nape. Her scalp is tender, still sore where she sweat through the linens. You dip your fingers in warm nettle water and comb slowly. She leans into it, not just for the comfort, but because no one has touched her hair in days. This is where healing happens. Not only in herbs or steams or bleeding bowls, but in the intimacy of care. You work silently, and with each stroke her body straightens a little more. Her head lifts. She laughs softly when you hit a snag. Then she asks you for a favour. I need to be washed. Not a wipe with a cloth or a dab with rose water. A full wash. Head to toe. It's time. You nod. Not out of duty, out of reverence. You heat water on the fire while she strips behind the linen curtain. When it's warm, not scalding, you pour it into a basin lined with birch leaves. Not for cleansing, really. For scent and for softness. You bring her clean cloths and her oldest shift, the one that's been washed 100 times and feels like breath on the skin. You start with her feet, cracked, swollen, but beautiful in their strength. You wash with care, dipping the cloth, wringing it gently, pressing it to skin with slow circles. Ankles, calves, knees. By the time you reach her belly, she's holding her breath. This is the part women never speak of. The first time someone touches the skin that's stretched, tore and emptied. It's loose now, marbled with bruises, but it held life, and it still holds her. You whisper as you clean. Little things. A story about your own mother's 4th birth. The time you dropped a pail on your foot. Anything to distract. Anything to soften the vulnerability. Because this too is hygiene. Not a ritual of purity, but a return to wholeness. She doesn't cry. Not until you reach her arms. That's when her breath catches, and you hear the faintest choke of air, like someone remembering they still have a voice. You say nothing. You just dip the cloth again, wring it out, and move gently across the places she cannot reach. Elbows, wrists, the thin skin beneath her arms where old sweat clings like memory. The water in the basin is turning cloudy. Not from dirt, really. From days of skin that's been hidden, folded, ignored. Now it's seen. It's touched. It's allowed to be something other than tired. You dry her slowly with a soft wool cloth, the kind woven for infants, but used now for her. She sits still, eyes closed, letting herself be tended. This isn't about modesty. It's about surrendering to care, something women are rarely given permission to do. When she's dry, you help her into the old shift. It smells of rosemary and sun. It's loose in the sleeves and forgiving in the belly. She sinks into it like a home. Then, without a word, she takes the cloth from your hand and begins to wash you. You freeze for a second, startled. You don't have to. I want to, she says. Please. You sit. You let her. And it's only then you realise how long it's been since someone cared for you in this way. You've been the watcher, the wiper, the boiler of linens. But your own skin has gone dull. Your own arms ache. She begins at your hands, worn, red-knuckled, calloused from wood and water. She presses the cloth against your palms, cradles them like something precious. And for a moment, you feel like a child again, safe in someone's care. She moves to your face. The cloth is warm, damp, fragrant with nettle. She wipes away the ash on your cheek, the salt near your brow, the crumbs from breakfast still caught at the corner of your mouth. She laughs. Look at us, she says, a fine pair. And for the first time since the birth, you both laugh, full and open, the kind that makes your ribs hurt. Afterward, you dump the water outside, letting it soak into the frozen earth. You fold the cloths, hang them by the fire, sweep the floor one more time even though it doesn't need it. Because that's what hygiene really is in this moment. Not just washing the body, but honouring the mess, the joy, the bleeding and the recovery. Not just the absence of filth, but the presence of love. That night she sleeps in clean linen. You lie beside her, the baby between you, the smell of rosemary on the air, and even though the world outside is still cold and hard and silent, the three of you lie warm and whole and washed. You wake to the sound of the baby snuffling against her mother's chest, rooting for milk with all the persistence of life itself. Your cousin stirs, blinking against the morning light. Her hands are steadier now. Her voice, when she hums softly to hush the little one, carries the low, anchoring tone of someone returning to herself. It's been almost 10 days since the birth, and though neither of you would say she's well in the way a man might declare it, there's something solid underfoot now. Her skin is less pale, the sweat on her neck no longer carries that sharp edge of sickness. She eats, she hums, she asks questions again, and so, on this morning, she does what women have done for generations when their world starts to expand again. She gets out the ledger. It's not a book of numbers, not exactly. More like a bundle of folded parchment and wax tablets, bound with string, smudged at the corners, and wrapped in an old linen cloth. It holds lists of herbs, recipes, supplies, debts owed and paid. But mostly it holds names. The ledger is where the women of the house record what the men forget, who brought extra candles after the last stillbirth, who loaned a pot of thyme oil when the fever came, who came in a secret in the night to pour wine and listen. Your cousin opens it slowly as if afraid the words might slip away. She runs a finger down the names, mouthing them softly. Some are faded, others written over. Some, like the midwife's, appear again and again, each time spelled slightly differently but always known. She adds a new line, your name and a note beside it. Stayed. That's all, but it holds everything. Then she turns to you and asks, do we have enough soap? It's a simple question, but you understand what she really means. She's ready. Ready to move beyond the healing bed, beyond the ritual of washing and wiping. Ready to host. Not a feast. Not yet. but a visit. A circle of women, perhaps 3 or 4, to sit and stitch and share news. The kind of gathering where cloth is mended and secrets are exchanged in equal measure. So you say yes. We'll make some more today. You head out into the yard, shawl pulled tight, hands already itching to begin. The ash from the hearth has been collected all week. You sift it through a worn cloth into a wooden tub. Then you pour rainwater over it slowly, watching it cloud and swirl until it forms a faintly slimy lye. A word that still makes you wrinkle your nose. Back inside, you mix the lye with leftover animal fat, saved scraps from the last slaughter. You stir it carefully in the pot, clockwise only, like your grandmother taught you. The smell is strong, sour, and oddly comforting. Your cousin joins you, kneeling to stoke the fire beneath the soap pot. Her hands are still weak, but determined. Soap, lye, and fat. That's all. But in your world, it's sacred. The pot simmers gently as you both sit nearby, knees touching, silent except for the occasional hiss of bubbling fat. You stir slowly, keeping rhythm, while your cousin leans against the wall with her eyes closed. The scent in the room is thick, half ash, half old marrow, but to you it smells like order, like a return to routine. Soap isn't a luxury in this house, it's a tool of memory, of care, of dignity. You remember when you first learned the process, standing barefoot in the mud behind the house, watching your mother burn through her patience trying to explain the lye water's sting. She let you run your fingers through the cooling mix once. Just once, and you burned yourself, of course, a blister the size of a walnut, but you remembered. You always remember the pain tied to cleanliness. Once the mixture thickens, you pour it into the mould, a hollowed wooden trough lined with cloth. It'll sit by the hearth to harden for days, then cut into blocks, wrapped in linen, stored high, away from damp and greedy hands. This soap, though, this batch isn't just for the house. It's for the visitors, for the women who'll come through the door in a day or two, shaking off their boots, brushing flakes of frost from their eyebrows, and offering quiet congratulations in the form of dried mushrooms, thick wool yarn, or a length of flax thread. They'll notice the soap first. Women always do, and they'll ask, not out loud, but in the silent way women do when they glance at your basin and sniff the air and tilt their heads. Are you clean? Is your hearth tended? Has your baby survived? And your cousin will nod, without words. Her hands will carry the answer. Her cheeks will say, "We've washed. We're back." Later that evening you both prepare the house, not just for guests, but for re-entry into the world. You sweep the floor again, even though there's hardly a speck of soot left. You lay out the cloths, boiled and dried and folded just so. Your cousin sets the table, not for eating, but for display. The new soap, a bowl of rosemary water, a jar of honeyed barley. Small things, but each one says, "We are among the living again." You light a single candle, no need for more. The shadows do their work, softening the lines on your faces, muting the cold corners of the room. That night, before sleep, your cousin braids her hair for the first time since the birth. You watch her hands, slow, deliberate, trembling only slightly, as she weaves the strands over and under, not for beauty, for form, for control, for the quiet dignity of routine. You smile and whisper, "They'll see it." She looks at you. "Good, let them." And then you both sleep, not deeply, not without interruption, but with clean skin, clean linens, and the faintest sense that life, messy, aching, wonderful life, is creeping back through the cracks. You wake before dawn, not to the baby this time, but to stillness. The hearth is dark. The coals have burned low, but the room is warm from yesterday's labour. You sit up slowly, stretch your shoulders, and listen. Just beyond the shutters, frost ticks gently against the window pane. No wind, no barking dogs, just the hush of a village still asleep. You pull on your shawl and rise. Your cousin stirs beside you but doesn't wake. The baby makes a soft, contented noise, fists curled under her chin like she's dreaming of milk. You pause, just for a second, to soak it in. Then quietly you lift the latch and step outside. The cold air bites at your cheeks, but your breath comes smooth. The yard is covered in frost, white lace on the fence, silver dust on the bare branches of the rowan tree. You cross to the woodpile and bring in another log. The morning's first task. Ordinary. Essential. Inside, you stack the wood and stoke the coals back to life. The flames catch slowly, licking the sides of the pot where yesterday's soap mould still rests. You breathe in the faint scent of ash and oil. It smells like readiness. Your cousin wakes with the dawn. She moves easily now, without the grimace of torn flesh or fever. She changes the baby with practiced hands, then sets her near the fire in a wicker cradle you both repaired last week with horsehair thread. And then, as the morning takes shape, the knock comes. Not a hard knock, not the kind men use, but the soft, quick rhythm of women. You answer. It's Beatrice from 2 cottages down, carrying a skein of wool and a knowing smile. Behind her, Joan the herb woman with a clay pot of balm, and at the end of the little line, Agnes, who never speaks much but who always brings wine. They step into the house one by one, brushing the frost from their cloaks, their cheeks pink from the cold. No words at first, just glances, nods, the slow unfolding of scarves and the laying down of burdens. You offer tea, but they don't come for tea. They come for the ritual. Joan washes her hands first, using the rosemary basin. She makes a joke about her cracked thumbs, and everyone laughs too hard because the humour isn't in the joke. It's in the release, in the permission to laugh. Beatrice sniffs the soap and raises an eyebrow. This batch smells better than the one after your brother's fall. Fewer chickens died this time, you reply. More laughter. Someone begins stitching. Someone else starts combing wool. And before long, the house hums with the rhythm of women's work. Soft, steady, indispensable. But beneath it all is another rhythm. The one you've been part of your whole life. The passing of knowledge. Not through books or scrolls, but through hands and glances and shared cloth. You look over and see your cousin nodding at you. She's holding the baby, rocking gently, as if the world has finally remembered how to turn. You sit back, letting the chatter wash over you. Beatrice is recounting the tale of a neighbour's broken butter churn, some tragic mix-up involving a goose and a snowdrift. Joan offers her new balm for a woman who's been coughing in the next village over. Agnes is stringing dried berries into a necklace for her niece's naming day. All of it ordinary, all of it sacred. Your cousin slips away briefly, then returns holding a folded cloth. She opens it slowly, revealing the ledger, the same one she added your name to just days ago. No ceremony, no announcement. But one by one, each woman leans in and watches as she turns the pages. They find their names. They find their mothers' names. They see the smudges and thumbprints left by others long gone. Beatrice presses a finger to a line marked from 20 years ago. That was after the flood, she whispers. It isn't nostalgia, it's continuity. Your cousin flips to a clean sheet. Shall we write today? Joan smiles and hands over her balm. Call it marigold for cracked breath. They all laugh again, but this time it's quieter, warmer. A sound that feels like exhaling after a long-held breath. You add your own note. Soap. Batch survived the frost. And Beatrice, after a moment's thought, says, write mine too. Just put, arrived in time. When the women leave, they take nothing with them but stories and the faint scent of rosemary on their skin. The house feels fuller, not emptier, as if their presence added something that will linger long after the fire goes cold. You and your cousin clean up in silence. The baby sleeps. Outside, frost still clings to the eaves, but the sky's paler now, touched by sun. And then, unexpectedly, your cousin wraps her arms around you. Thank you, she murmurs. Her voice is steady, but her hands tremble just a little. You nod. There's no need to say what you both already know. That hygiene, this strange cold word men might scoff at, isn't about soap or water or ashes. Not really. It's about returning. about rebuilding the body after it's torn, about making space for others, about washing away what nearly drowned you, and choosing every day to start clean. And so, as the day winds down and the fire glows low, you sit with her one last time. No tasks left to do. Just warmth. Just peace. Just the quiet satisfaction of having endured together. Let yourself rest now. You've journeyed through firelit kitchens and linen-draped birthing beds, through muddy yards and frost-covered windows. You've learned what was never written down. How women's hygiene wasn't just about cleanliness, but about strength. How each wash, each scrubbed cloth, each folded ledger page meant something, held something. You saw how routine kept them alive, how washing soothed grief, how braiding hair was an act of defiance, how soap could be both shield and offering. And now the fire has dimmed. The baby sleeps. The night is quiet. You can almost feel the warmth of that small stone cottage, smell the rosemary steeping in the corner basin. The scent of fresh soap still lingers in the air. The fire crackles low. The ledger lies open on the table, waiting for someone, maybe you, to write the next quiet moment. You made it through. So did they. And even now, centuries later, their stories ripple through time, not with trumpets or banners, but with soft cloth, warm water, and the hush of care passed hand to hand. So breathe in, breathe out, let the stories settle over you like a woolen blanket. You're safe. You're home.